also I bring greetings from our pandemic delivery unit. We have established a specific pandemic delivery unit to support the delivery of the pandemic fund projects within the continent. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Mohammed who is online from WHO EMRO. As you know that some of the countries under IGAD fall under our WHO EMRO region. And so we support together with Dr. Mohammed. I'd like to acknowledge the support from the Pandemic Fund. We are here because of this support from the Pandemic Fund. All of you know the experience that we went through during the COVID pandemic. While we had been talking about pandemic and preparing for pandemic, I think that our efforts were far below what was needed during the COVID pandemic. And we all acknowledge this. And therefore, we set out after this pandemic to try and do better. We encourage countries not to go back and become laid back, and we get caught off guard again. So the Pandemic Fund has come up with this very nice fund to support countries to enhance preparedness. And preparedness in different areas. One of the areas that is given attention by the Prepare project was one of the key gaps within the COVID pandemic, the cross-border collaboration. You all know the experiences of closing the borders to different people, the community engagement, and these were big gaps. And these were big gaps. So it's not a surprise that Pandemic Fund picked on this project. And I hope that as a project, we will really make effort to deliver on these. And that at the end of this project, there will be improvement in some of these areas in our countries of focus. As a head of the preparedness team in East and Southern Africa, this project, the reasons that I've talked about. And similarly, Mohammed, who is in EMRO and online with us, and his team are all interested in this. As WHO, through the amended international health regulations and the pandemic agreement that have been adopted in the recent past, pandemic preparedness is also quite a key topic of interest globally. So our small work here through the Prepare project contributes to that big picture globally. And so we should not underestimate it, but instead do as much as we can to make sure that we contribute to this. I want to appreciate IGAD for putting together this long-awaited launch, and especially for bringing together the countries. We hope that when the countries come together, they will have a clear understanding of this project, what it is meant to deliver. There will be clarity, and we will move forward in a very clear manner to the success of this project. Would like to appreciate the support that the project offered to MPOX response and to Pandemic Fund for that flexibility to support MPOX. We know MPOX has been a challenge for the East African countries and still is, although in some countries the burden is coming down. But we thank the Prepare project for supporting with the needed resources at the time when they were mainly needed. I want to thank the delivery partners, IFRC, for all that they have done in contribution to the implementation thus far. And mainly for IGAD, for keeping all of us together. It has not been easy to keep this partnership going. And as Fatima mentioned, each one of us, the big partners, have their different ways of doing things. And we've had to be flexible in ways for us to move together. And I encourage us, in the interest of this project and addressing the gaps that I've mentioned in the country, to keep going in this direction. So going forward, I hope that after this meeting, we'll have coordination more streamlined. I hope that I hope that we have clear roles of the different partners, including the countries, the WHO country offices, the Red Cross country societies, etc., and that implementation of the second phase will be even more successful than the first phase. I thank you all for this time, and I hope that this will contribute to very good coming meetings. Thank you, and we
Thank you very much. And since you've been giving better claps after the initial claps, let's do that once more. Thank you very much, Dr. Miriam, and I think all our distinguished guests this morning giving us opening remarks. I think they have done a very good job. Putting the 2 days and indeed the entire week into perspective, giving us the right motivation and inspiration to take us through the week. It is a very busy week, and we really needed that level of motivation and inspiration. I want to inform everyone again at this meeting that we have live coverage, just so that you know. So what you can see there is actually live coverage, and in all IGAD social media platforms, YouTube, Twitter, and so on. And then we also have live Zoom. We also have live Zoom, which is of course up and running. And as you heard, we have WHO EMRO, who have actually already joined us. And with that, I also want to invite WHO EMRO, if you can introduce yourself, Dr. Mohammed, if you are online right now, and anyone who is on the Zoom platform can also introduce him or herself. Tech team, kindly support that.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Good morning. Bonjour, les dames et les messieurs. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you today. I really wish to be physically there, but even virtually is really a happiness to me to see all of you and to meet all of you. As mentioned by Dr. Miriam from WHO Afro, the EMRO is really interested in the project of Prepare with IGAD. Actually, we have 3 countries represented inside the project, including Djibouti, Somalia, Sudan, and colleagues in the 3 countries are really interested to be part of the project. So let's see how we can continue the great work and great collaboration we have already together. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, and that is from WHO Embro. We are glad to have you joining us virtually. Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now want to hear again what brings us here. And tech team, kindly take us to the second slide. Next, please. Thank you very much, tech team. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is good to know what brings us here. Again, we are in the Regional Preparedness for Pandemic Response meeting, the Prepare project. So if you are in a, or imagining you're in a different meeting, or this is not your meeting, probably this is the time to walk out. If you are intending to be in a meeting which is not this one, kindly note that. I'm saying that because I've once gotten into a wrong meeting and stayed in for around 30 minutes, realized I'm in a wrong meeting. So this is the meeting, and what we want to achieve in this meeting in terms of objectives. We want to review the project, the Prepare project design. I know we are all aware, most of us in the room were involved in the design, you know, in terms of what we are supposed to achieve, what were the objectives and so on, what were the actions. I think we are all, most of us actually, aware, but it's good again to bring this back to perspective, because it's a long time since we had a moment where we are reflecting upon again as a team where we are going with this project. So it will be good also to look at the progress, what have we achieved so far, so that we know again what lies ahead of us in terms of completing the current phase and moving on to the subsequent phase. We also want to discuss and finalize the Prepare project governance structure. I know this has been a point that we've been discussing all along. What's the government structure? What's the government structure? So we have the time as a team to look at this governance structure and see how the draft is looking like, and discuss what are the implications in terms of effectively achieving the objectives for this project. So this is the time to discuss that. We, in the next 2 days, will also be establish various committees in line with the governance structure. So the discussion on governance structure will come in before the discussions on the terms of reference for various committees. Again, this is something that we have been discussing before. We've been asking, where are these terms of reference? And finally, we've come at a moment where we want to share the draft terms of reference. We want to get further inputs in terms of what will these committees be doing, and what modalities will, you know, committees use in terms of operationalizing them. Then we will also share the plans for phase 2. It is important that, again, we are all aware that in terms of what phase 2 is all about, what activities have been planned for the second phase. You know, this will be after we all, of course, have reviewed where we are in phase 1. It's good to project forward what is there for us in phase 2, and this discussion will be done tomorrow. Thank you very much. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is what brings us here for the next 2 days. For the rest of the days, you can see the program and the concept note for more information. I want to echo what Matt had, reflected, and say that the way the days are organized is that, you know, the 3 meetings, one builds onto another, and the momentum keeps on going, culminating to the last day, which is the ministerial meeting, where we'll be launching this project officially. Without much further ado, we want to go to the next agenda before tea time, unless there's an otherwise thought from the IGAD administrative team, but I see there's no objection from Ross or Glory, so we'll proceed. As you can see from the agenda, we're supposed to have an overview of the project. And again, I just want to mention here that this is not new to many of us. Maybe new. I know some of IGAD colleagues are joining for the first time, including the national focal points from each and every member state. The IGAD Prepare national focal points are joining for the first time. I also see some faces who may not be fully aware of the project, so it is for this interest that we want to go through a few slides in terms of providing the overview of this project, putting us on the same page again, whether we were aware, we joined the project much earlier, or we joined later, we, as much as possible, need to be on the same page. So, Candy, let's go to the next slide. Next, please. I think the background is very much known to most of us. The background is very much known to most of us. We all recall what happened in COVID, and we were taken by surprise. We were taken by surprise all of a sudden. We were expected as, relevant government, ministries, departments and agencies to respond very quickly. And many of you, many of us actually were there. We were born, we were there during COVID. We have a story to tell. And what we are saying here is that we should never again be taken by surprise. Never again. Whichever, the pandemic or epidemic, we should never be taken by surprise. We need to prepare. And our preparations should be tailored to the national context, to the regional context, of course, in a multi-country, multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral way. And our project aims to reduce the impact of pandemics and epidemics within the One Health framework. I think because on the phase one, we were mostly focusing on the mpox response. It is very easy for us to forget that we are supposed to be working within the One Health framework, which is a multi-sector approach. Different sectors are involved, as we'll see later on. A little bit about the Pandemic Fund. Again, for those who are joining for us for the first time, it's a World Bank-led global financing mechanism for pandemic preparedness in the low and middle income countries. And this current project, has benefited from the round 2 funding allocation. I think we all know how much, in terms of the resources, have been awarded, close to 32 million USD. In the second funding round, IGAD and partners were awarded that amount of resources. And we should not forget that this is a regional project. This is a multi-country project. We also have single country funding mechanisms, and Ethiopia was very successful. Ethiopia is an IGAD member, was successful in the first round. We also have our neighbors around, DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, who also was successful in the second round. So it's just good to know what's happening in terms of the pandemic fund resource allocation within the IGAD region and also within the countries that are adjacent to IGAD. The aim of the pandemic fund is to boost resilience to future pandemics, as we had already said, in funded countries and region. And for this particular project, for this particular allocation, the main aim is to strengthen disease surveillance and early warning, strengthen laboratory system, and also strengthen the health workforce in the region and of course in the countries, the individual countries, the member states in the region. Now, as a way of summary, you can see where we are located, quite proximate to the epicenters. You can see the map there, quite proximate to the epicenters of the pandemics, very close to DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi. And one of the reasons why I believe the reviewers of the proposal considered is how close we are, how adjacent we are to the epicenters of these pandemics. Now, 7 countries, again, just to mention, I'm sure we are aware of this. We can also see the flags which are represented in the room right in front here. And we have Sudan, Ethiopia, South Sudan, we have Uganda, we have Kenya, we have Somalia, and also we have Djibouti. These are the countries that this project is focusing on. You may see an additional flag in some of our documents, which is Eritrea, which is also an IGAD member state, but politically we are working on it completely rejoining. But however, you will see in most of our documents, we still are including them. So essentially there are there are 8 IGAD countries, but for this particular project, we are focusing on the 7, excluding Eritrea. It is important to remember always that WHO is the implementing entity. IGAD is the regional delivery entity. IFRC is the, IGAD is the regional entity, and IFRC is the delivery entity. At some point, we'll look at the overall roles of these different entities. We have other partners, and the day after tomorrow, we'll be joined by our government colleagues who will see here. There will be Ministry of Health, there will be ministries of livestock represented, there will be ministries of environment, there will also be ministries of wildlife represented. I don't want to repeat the funding level, but it's around or close to 32 million that has been awarded for this project. The duration is 3 years. You can see there is 2024, 2028. I know it amounts to around 4 years, but officially it's 3 years. There are reasons why it's not reading 2027, and it is due to the fact that the end date was moved from 2027 to 2028. The project officially started in November 2024, and it is going to end around March 2028. Sorry for that. So the next slide, the implementation model. The activity implementation is by IGAD, the actual day-to-day implementation, IGAD at regional level, and sometimes also at country level. And then we have IFRC also coming in at community, cross-border point of entry level. We know, and we will see at the discussion on governance structure and also the terms of reference, that we are working collaboratively and we are coordinating on to the day-to-day running of this program. And indeed, we have been meeting for the last few months since the project inception as regular as possible, and in some cases also on weekly basis. The project governance structure has been established. I think I did mention that, and there will be a session where we will actually be diving into the details of this governance structure. As we move along, and as we've been doing, we are learning lessons. Some of the lessons have been alluded to during the opening remarks. So already we have quite a number of lessons that we are learning. Indeed, from IGAD's side, as part of advocacy, as part of knowledge management, we are compiling all the lessons. Indeed, we have already compiled, and we want to put this in some kind of a journal article, peer-reviewed journal article, so that, again, these lessons are not lost, and that the future programs or such programs can also learn from, also can reference in terms of what did our predecessors learn, what did they know that we potentially don't know, and how can we use that to design and implement our programs. We all know, again, of the components, and I think this has always been emphasized and overemphasized. We have 4 integral components. We have the surveillance component, as we always call it, which is early warning and disease surveillance systems. We have the laboratory systems strengthening component. We also have the human resource or public health and community workforce capacity component, and also we have the coordination policy and advocacy component. So these are 4 integral components. We have not mentioned here, and which is very active, is the M&D part, which is also very critical, but it cuts across all these components. So I know I will not go through the details of each and every component, but it's good to know, and this is because of time, and also because that this is well documented, we can share it. Just highlight, I'll just give highlights. Of course, we can't go to each and every action also, each and every activity that has been planned for the respective outcomes under the bigger objectives. But this is how the program is designed. It's designed in a way that for each and every component, we have an objective. What do we want to achieve? And an example is that for this component 1, which is surveillance, the objective here, and we only have one objective, is to establish, strengthen a holistic cross-border surveillance and functioning early warning and early response mechanism in the border areas of IGAD member states. And you can see, again, for each objective, and for this particular objective, we have intermediate outcomes. Now, for each intermediate outcome, we have a number of specific activities. That is one. We also have a depiction or an indication of the lead agency for each and every activities. Yes, we are working collaboratively, but for each and every activity, there's a lead agency. This is between IGAD and IFRC. Now, when an activity is a regional activity, you will find that IGAD is the lead agency. Although we are working collaboratively together, you'll find IGAD is a regional, is the lead agency in that particular activity. When an activity is a community level activity, cross-border, point of entry activity, you will find that the lead agency is IFRC. Although they're working together, but the lead there will be IFRC. So that is how it is organized. Our activities are organized per component, per objective, and per the intermediate outcomes. If you look at component 2, that is a continuation. You can see there are additional intermediate outcomes, intermediate outcome 1.5 and 1.6. For example, you can see intermediate outcome 1.6 is the RCCE systems are designed and operational to improve the early warning systems. These are mainly community level activities under that. And if you look at the activities designed for that outcome, majority of them, if not all of them, are actually led by IFRC. We have component 2, which is the laboratory systems. There are 3 target outcomes under one objective, which is objective 2, which is strengthening the capacities of laboratories supporting cross-border areas to characterize and confirm existing disease outbreak and other disease epidemic potential, including Mpox outbreak. Now, we have a number of activities here, a number of intermediate outcomes, and for each intermediate outcome, we have a host of activities. For example, if you look at the outcome 2.1 is to prioritize and strengthen diagnostic capacity and system from cross-border laboratories to support surveillance and confirmation of outbreak-prone diseases in the region, including outcomes. This is an IGAD, mostly IGAD-led actions. So under this particular intermediate outcome, most of the activities there are led by IGAD. Component 3, which is strengthening human resource or public health and community workforce capacity, a number of intermediate outcomes under the objective 3. So it's a single objective for this component, which is strengthening regional cross-border health workforce and community system capacity to prepare and respond to One Health emergency and engage communities effectively. There are regional level activities, there are country level activities, which are national level, and then there are community level activities under these objectives. Component 4, which is coordination, policy, and advocacy outcomes. The objective here is to develop effective evidence-based advocacy and coordination for inclusive and sustainable epidemic and the pandemic preparedness and response, with priority focus on active outbreak, including Mpox and Marburg. Again, if you look at the intermediate outcomes, there are regional level activities, there are national level activities, and also there are community level activity, including supporting CIMEX activities. Now, we all know this again. This also is for the sake of just reminding ourselves, and for those joining us for the first time, is that this project has 2 phases. Phase 1, which is the current phase ending September, or end of September, ending the end of September 2025. And as the name suggests, this is Mpox response phase, where we are supporting countries affected by Mpox in mitigating the effects of infectious diseases and halting its spread. So, and we are also going to transition to the phase 2, which we are going to revert to the original design of the project, which is the One Health approach to pandemic preparedness and response, working closely with the relevant sectors. It is a multi-sector approach, multi-country approach. The implementation arrangement for this project, which we very much have been alluding to and talking about it in the previous slide. This slide is just again to schematically, visualize the way we are working. But I think this has been well explained. The activities began in November 2024, not 2025. Apologies for that typo. And we have actually been on Mpox response phase, which is phase 1 since then. We are slowly transitioning to the post-Mpox phase. They may overlap at some point. Again, this is a discussion for the next 2 days on how we'll go about that. But the implementation arrangement is that up there we have WHO, which is the implementing entity. WHO is the one which makes the direct links to the pandemic fund and provides the technical support and backstopping. Then we have IGAD. We have IGAD there, which focuses on regional level activities, and some activities are also national level activities. And it is the regional entity working very closely with the 7 member states, the government systems in the 4-line ministries. And also linking up with the partners who will also joining us. You will be joining us in the next 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Already we have a number of partners who we have been collaborating with, Africa CDC, AFENET, AFRAHUN, Co-Group, academia, our universities will also be joining us. Then we have IFRC, which is focusing on community level, cross-border level, point of entry level activities. Of course, working very closely with the Red Cross, Red Crescent, and national societies who Michael has informed us they will be joining us for the launch, particularly the Secretary Generals. So this is the implementation arrangement. You can see the key there. There's a key there which is a bigger arrow from WHO to IGAD to IFRC. That is how funds are flowing. So from the pandemic fund, funds go to WHO, and WHO has a letter of agreement with IGAD, and through that letter of agreement, they are able to transfer funds to IGAD, and IGAD has a cooperation agreement with IFRC, and within the confines of that agreement, then they transfer funds to IFRC. So they remain with some regional funds and transfer some funds depending on the activities that they are implementing. They transfer some funds for some community level cross-border point of entry activities. So maybe a small elaboration, and this has also been alluded to. WHO is facilitating linkages between IGAD and IFRC and the Pandemic Fund Secretariat. WHO is also providing funds for the Prepare project implementation, as well as the alignments or realignments that are needed. And on that note, they are also providing technical oversight for the entire project, ensuring there is the highest level of accountability. As we had mentioned, IGAD is fostering regional One Health approach, working again with the One Health line ministries. Of course, IGAD is also responsible for leveraging on IGAD specialized institutions, and there are a number of special institutions who we have engaged so far in the project. For those who remember, we have ICEN. Of course, this project is under ICEN, IGAD Center of Excellence in Nutrition, but there are other special institutions with IGAD mentioned there, which are also engaged. The issue of policy and advocacy is under IGAD, and indeed the launch activity at the end of this week is more of creating advocacy. It's part of the agenda of driving advocacy. The ministers will be joining us. You will have an opportunity, we'll all have an opportunity to look at the instrument that we use for advocacy, especially when we have this high-level meeting, including the communique that will be signed by all the ministers. Issues of data sharing, because we are working with the different member states. This is, again, also under the jurisdiction of IGAD, as well as the overall coordination for the project, as well as with other partners outside the project. Then the role of IFRC, I think we mentioned, is the community level activities, enabling and supporting risk communication and behavior change at community level. IFRC, through the Red Cross Red Crescent network, I think they have the advantage of frontline response very quickly, and with the rapid deployment of volunteer network, courtesy of Red Cross Red Crescent, we have the advantage of having them where we are able to make rapid deployment for quick action. And of course, community level engagement, again, courtesy of the wide network of volunteers, the wide network of Red Cross, Red Crescent National Society. I think we are really glad to have them on board. And of course, together working with IGAD, as IGAD works on the One Health approach at a regional level, IFRC is supporting community level surveillance, linking human, animal, and environmental health. So we have kind of a complete approach from the regional level to national level action up to the community level action. Thank you very much, and that is the overview of the regional preparedness for pandemic response, the Prepare project. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now open up for plenary. If there are any further reflections, I'm sure there are no questions, but if there is also someone who wants, there's a burning question that you want to shoot, I think we'll open up for that as well. And after that, we will break for group photo and nutrition break before we come back again. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, any further reflection? Dr. Fatuma, you look like you want to say something.
Thank you, Dr. Shadrach. What I want to say is that silence means there are no reflections and that we can proceed for the group photo and our break.
Yeah, is
that the correct position?
Dr. Miriam is saying that most likely we have understood everything. Silent can also mean that we have not understood. For that reason, we have prepared a project brief. A project brief, it's a 4-page document which summarizes the entire project. So you have another opportunity to familiarize with what the project is all about, and it's a take-home material which will be distributed tomorrow, again, for those who are joining us for the first time. Thank you very much, and without much further ado, I want to invite you for a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and also a group photo. Fabius, are you in the room? Kindly tell us where we are taking the group photo. I'll suggest that we first take the group photo before we come back for tea or coffee, because I know after tea, after coffee, there's some magic that tea and coffee does that makes it very difficult to assemble us together again. So we will go for a group photo, and then when we come back, we will come back for coffee and tea. Fabius, I want to give you the mic. Kindly guide us on where we are going. And Lucas, yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shadrack. We are going for a group photo on the staircase. It's just outside before you come to this building. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Lucas, you will lead us to the exact location.
The staircases are just below as you move out. Then, anyway, we will guide you. We will guide you. Main entrance. Oh, I'm told that it's raining outside. Maybe we can organize here. Then outside we will take the one when maybe the team is in house. I've been informed that it's raining outside. So if it will not affect us, then we can have it at the stairs. Let's have it at the stairs.
Jimmy, confirm that? Oh, it is protected. Okay, thank you very much. So those who are carrying some visibility materials downstairs, kindly carry so that we move. Please don't take a cup of tea before you take a photo. And I believe we will go as such up to the end of the week. In the next session, I just want to introduce the next session. In the next session, we are going to hear from IGAD and also hear from IFRC as far as the MPOX phase of the project is concerned. We did not give the two institutions kind of a template to, to guide, but we asked them to, in their own way, present what is involved in the MPOX phase of the project. And for IGAD, kindly, the slides. Bring back the slides. For IGAD, we wanted to highlight on the main achievements that we have made so far, the challenges and the lessons learned. And apologies for those who are receiving a second dose of this presentation. Really apologies. This is, we have presented this in different forums, mostly in the virtual meetings. So if you are receiving a second dose, kindly apologies. It is not harmful. That's what I can say. Quite a little bit of the background, and I'm sure maybe the way IFRC may articulate the background, if they have, could be a little bit different. But I just want us to recall a little bit that in March 2025, by March 2025, when we are beginning this project, we had active cases, MPOX cases in Uganda, Kenya, and South Sudan countries, and countries adjacent to IGAD, that is DRC, Burundi, and Rwanda. Of course, these were kind of the epicenters. And by then, WHO had reported that Uganda was accounting to 40% of the new cases that had been reported in the continent. And there were rising cases, consistently rising cases. By the time we began the project in November 2024, there was kind of increasing month by month. The numbers were going high and high. And even by the time we started the implementation of the project, around March 2025, the numbers were still increasing. I think Dr. Sunday is here to attest to that. And by November 2024, when we had communication from Uganda, there was a request for assistance by Uganda, and the request was channeled to Executive Secretary from the Minister of Health, Her Excellency, asking IGAD to support the MPOX response. Just to give a little bit of background again, and IGAD, put up a team, a technical team, to visit Uganda and help Uganda to at least do some analysis in terms of what are the gaps and how IGAD can actually support the response. And so it is by that we actually now began supporting Uganda. Of course, there were many questions that were being asked by the member states. Some of them were very sensitive. Why Uganda? Why Uganda? And the main reason by then was that we wanted to curtail regional spread of MPOX, in addition to supporting Uganda to contain and to halt the spread in country. So one of the reasons was that, and many countries were asking, why are we not receiving the support by then we wanted to go to where the fire is burning. When the fire starts at the kitchen, we cannot start responding in the bedroom. So we went right in the kitchen and tried to cool down the fire. Apologies for using that example. But I want to mention that, of course, there's a long story behind that. And in our upcoming paper, we have tried also to kind of look at the chronology of events, because this is part of what we are learning from. We have looked at the chronology of events leading to the response that we had in Uganda. And let me, at this point, highlight on some of the achievements. These are key achievements of what we managed to achieve within that short time. I'm calling it short time because it was between March and May that we actually intervened and implemented these activities. Under component on the workforce development, we completed capacity assessment of workforce for PPR across 7 IGAD member states. We had 31 participants in all the One Health sectors. Of course, we have been talking about what are our One Health sectors. And as a part of repetition, let me just mention here that our One Health sectors are the human health, animal health, wildlife, and environment, just to shorten them. So we completed the assessment, the joint assessment. It was an assessment conducted by IGAD. We brought in participants from all the One Health sector across all the IGAD member states, and we were able to identify the critical gaps that we have on human workforce. And with this subsequent activities that followed was based on this assessment. We jointly developed preliminary recommendations for the training curriculum harmonized for public health emergency management across the borders with, again, the member states' sector line ministries, the One Health sector line ministries. As a follow-up to that, we have a One Health competency framework developed by One Health expert. Of course, we are still finalizing on it. Those who were there in the Machakos meeting, we called upon all the One Health experts in all the countries as well as the partners, and we sat down and we agreed on how should this framework look like. And at the moment, we're in the process of finalizing this competency framework on One Health. Under surveillance, again, within that short time, what did we do? There was some capacity building achievements under surveillance. We managed to train all the IGAD member states, across all the IGAD member states, the emergency operational centers and FEM. There was a training of all the IGAD members, 7 IGAD member states, EOCs, and the FEM, public health management teams. A pool of 23 experts trained trained, and these experts are available for retraining, cascading, expanding the capacity building, and so on. And having said that, there was a cascade of FEM in One Health, for One Health frontline workers, and we called in frontline health workers, frontline livestock workforce in the livestock sectors, workforce in the livestock sector, livestock in environmental sectors, across the MPOX active countries by then, and these were Uganda, South Sudan, and Kenya. And those who were there again in the Machakos meeting will attest to that. The other achievement we have done is that we have actually linked 45 One Health experts throughout the region through a WhatsApp platform for real-time information sharing, and this also include those who are in selected cross-border sites. They are able to inform us what is happening, not only from the national level, but also from the cross-border level and the point of entries. And under the component on laboratory strengthening, number one, we have had joint laboratory needs assessment for capacity for mpox response, and we've done this at national level in Uganda. Dr. Sande, you can attest to that. And we have also done laboratory needs gaps assessment in Moyale, Ethiopia, Moyale, Kenya border. And for Uganda, we have already acted upon that needs assessment, needs gaps assessment in a much more practical way. We are planning to respond to the Moyale laboratory needs stroke gaps assessment, Moyale, Kenya, Moyale, Ethiopia border. For Uganda, as I mentioned, we have provided support to the laboratory on laboratory supplies to enhance diagnostic capacity for mpox. That is in Uganda. The laboratory supplies have already been received by Uganda. They have already been verified by IGAD. It was such a protracted process requiring a lot of hard work from both the Uganda team and the IGAD team. And as we speak, again, Dr. Sunday, you can attest to that. As we speak, we have both mpox and Ebola supplies in the laboratory. Of course, this does not meet all the Uganda needs, but at least it covers a significant or an appreciable proportion of what Uganda needs. And one thing that we did not mention as we started the meeting is that on Friday, we will officially be handing over all the supplies that IGAD has supported Uganda with, and we'll have our Executive Secretary together with Her Excellency, the Minister of Health Uganda, coming to witness the handover process. And so on Friday, after or as a follow-up to the launch, there will be supplies handover, and the supplies are both laboratory supplies and non-laboratory supplies. And what are some of the non-laboratory supplies? We were able to support lab networking and sample referral by purchasing or supporting Uganda with vehicles and motorcycles. So on Friday, part of what will be handed over are the vehicles. You can see one of the vehicles there, which is well branded. You can see Uganda logo. You can see IGAD, Pandemic Fund, WHO, IFRC logo. So the motorbikes have been branded the same. Again, you'll be seeing them in the field at the selected cross-border sites. At national level, there is also one vehicle, as I'll mention later on, one vehicle which have actually been procured to support coordination activities at both national and sub-national level. In terms of regional coordination and advocacy, there have been a lot of member states engagement, engaging with the member states, sitting down and planning for the mpox phase, considering their national plans, ensuring that our response is in accordance to their national plans. We've also developed a number of knowledge management products. We have an advocacy products. We have the project brief. We'll have a look at the project brief. We'll have a look at the learning brief that we have developed from the previous workshops. You will also look at later on, we'll circulate the draft papers because we also want the input of WHO, we want the input of IFRC, and possibly also the input of Pandemic Fund in the paper. So these are just some of the key achievements You can see the many meetings that we've had, the many coordination meetings, the many country consultation. Up to now, there have been really in-depth consultation with Uganda, I think for reasons that we now know. We have also had some virtual engagement with other countries, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, as well as Kenya. And we have actually had a physical engagement with Ethiopia where we visited a number of partners, just listening to them, what are their national priorities for MPOX and also their One Health priorities and as related to this project. What are some of the challenges that we have managed to document? One, and again, these are critical challenges. There are so many challenges that we have been presenting in our previous meetings, in our previous engagement, more so in the virtual meetings. But what are some of the critical challenges that we have documented? One is the concurrent outbreak of Mpox and Ebola, cholera, Kala-Azar. You know, it's a complex emergency situation where we have multiple pandemics and epidemics. And you can see this was in Uganda and other IGAD member states. And this has complicated the response. One of the challenge we're always having is that, and this was for Uganda, when Marburg was coming on board, the question was, where do you take the resources? When Ebola was coming on board, there was a small Ebola threat, and we were asking ourselves with the Uganda team, where do you take the resources? Until at some point, even for the laboratory supplies that we were purchasing, we had to integrate Ebola as much as possible. Because Uganda was saying, oh, now you are helping us on Mpox, but we have gaps in Ebola. What do? We had to talk to, consult WHO, consult, of course, with Uganda as well, also consult internally within IGAD, what mechanism do we have for integrating Ebola and Mpox? So a little bit of supply, very small amount of supplies. If you look at the list of supplies, you'll always find Ebola test kit and wondering, these guys are supposed to support Mpox. Where is Ebola coming from? So it is in that context that we integrated Ebola response. The challenge of coordinating cross-border, inter-country, and intersectorial One Health actions. I think this is an ongoing challenge. This challenge was not only there before we started response. It has been there, and I think we are, coming up with innovative ways of dealing with this challenge. Lack of harmonized definition of terminologies. And this was a really, really major gap, and it was brought in by the way Mpox was spreading very quickly from the cross-border sites to in-country, and to the point where we were asking ourselves, what does cross-border mean? What does point of entry mean? When we say we are intervening in cross-border areas, should we just confine ourselves in cross-border areas? So those are some of the questions we were asking. The focus shifted very quickly, and I think these were the dynamics of the Mpox response. The focus shifted very quickly from the cross-border areas to in-country, where cases were rising very quickly. And so the terminology of cross-border, we had to relook at it again and say, when we are saying we are focusing on cross-border, are we actually focusing on, or should we actually continue focusing on the areas between one country and another, or should we also expand this to include, other areas where were kind of hotspot areas. So there's a lot of discussion around this. One of the things we have highlighted in our paper is this concept. Just to continue with the challenges, there were administrative delays in funds disbursement processes, and this is something that Dr. Fatuma highlighted. There were different procedural requirements by different organizations between WHO and IGAD. When we were drafting our letter of agreement, we had to take time to align to both organizational procedures. Same happened for IGAD and IFRC, and this led to some delay, but in the spirit of what Dr. Fatuma was saying, we are slowly and well gelling up, and we are beginning to know each other well to ensure that there are no such delays. Supply chain challenges affecting procurement of essential laboratories quickly, as much as we wanted also to adhere to the IGAD procurement processes. Mpox supplies are not easily available. Companies or suppliers were not stocking Mpox, waiting for Mpox. So there was some time taken to be able to mobilize these supplies from where they are to Uganda. And thanks very much the supplies team in Uganda, as well as our technical team, in really working hard to ensure that Uganda has the supply at the time when they needed them. Partnership policy processes, compliance with the institutional policy. I think this is one of the things we've mentioned that was a cause of delay. But again, if I may repeat, in the spirit of what Dr. Fatuma was saying, we are well gelling up and understanding each other very well with time. So what are some of the key lessons we have learned? That the complexity of cross-border, inter-country and intersectoral response effort underscores the critical need for coordinated mechanism and integrated system. And I think this is one of the things that we are moving forward to do in a very higher scale level. The value of multi-sector collaboration, cannot be overstated. Intersectoral collaboration, and remember we are continuing this in the post-Mpox phase, and tomorrow we'll have a presentation on post-Mpox phase. We'll see how different sectors are coming together for pandemic preparedness and response. Prepositioning of equipment and supplies is crucial in fast-moving outbreaks, and this, of course, comes from the challenges that arose from the supplies chain challenges, from the supply chain side of things. And one of the things we are proposing and thinking about hard, even at post-Mpox phase, is that how do we preposition supplies so that when there is an epidemic, when there is a pandemic, we are well covered as far as supplies are concerned, especially for supplies that cuts across different pandemics, supplies that cuts across different epidemics. We should be able to preposition them. And what do we do moving forward? Because it can be as easy as saying let's preposition, but there are a number of factors that we have to consider, including resource availability. How do we mobilize resource for this kind of action, and so on. Now, capacity improvement and training at all levels, including at community, volunteered level, ensures rapid mobilization. And this is a lesson that we are moving forward with, and we know that we have the Red Cross, Red Crescent societies led by IFRC to really support us to respond very quickly. And this is very critical. And we are going to move forward again in the next phase very quickly. And I know also we are going to have a presentation by IFRC after this presentation, highlighting on the community level actions. And we will see some of the activities are actually focused on community level capacity development, capacity improvement. And this, we have determined, is really, really critical. We have to train before the epidemics and the pandemics hit. And one of the discussions we've been having is that we should move very quickly in the identified points of entry and cross-border sites and train even before mpox reaches those areas, so that by the time the cases are identified there, we are ready to respond, and we should not wait for for mpox to be declared in those areas before action is taken. Way forward from IGAD side, we have a number of activities to complete. On the top of the agenda in completing this activity is the official launch of the project, which is actually happening by the end of this week. We still have, at this time and at this phase, we still continuing with mapping of the stakeholders. Already we have an idea of what the stakeholder mapping looks like, but we want to finalize it moving into the One Health framework approach. There are also some outstanding laboratory and land laboratory procurement that has to be done, more so in supporting some cross-border areas. And we will also be completing this in the next 1 month or so. What also is making us busy, is engaging us, is we have also started planning for post-mpox phase of this project. And as we have been discussing, there may be, or there might be, some interface that may call for both mpox and post-mpox activities running together. So there may be some kind of overlap. So we are already engaging ourselves in planning for this phase. And we'll hear more about this tomorrow in a presentation highlighting on the post-mpox phase. Then we are continuing to engage the member states. One of the engagement is the meeting we're going to have on Wednesday and Thursday, facilitating the discussions between the member states. As some of you may know, but I know it's not all of you or all of us, but member states have been asking questions. I think Dr. Miriam did allude to that. Member states have been asking questions. What this project all about? Yeah? At some point we have been asked, we had, you got some money, IGAD got some money, but we are not feeling this money. Where is the money going to? Yeah, so we are continuing with member states engagement. Of course, we've done this before physically. We have visited the countries. We've also had virtual discussion. But we believe that the launch of this project, starting with the technical expert consultation, will put the member states and all of us on the same page, if not almost at the same page. So these many questions that are arising will not arise again. Continued mentorship and experience sharing of the trained staff from the IGAD member states. So we are continuing the capacity building under each and every component or project component, under surveillance, laboratory networking or laboratory system strengthening, as well as workforce development. We are still continuing with engaging the member states. There are staff or member states experts that are being trained. We continue engaging them through different platforms. We have a WhatsApp sharing group that we have put together. And we have, also supporting the One Health platforms, and we are working with each and every One Health platform in the member states to ensure that the mentorship and experience sharing continues. We'll hear more about these platforms come Wednesday and Thursday. They take different forms in each and every member state, but ideally they're the same. They're the same platforms that almost do the similar, achieve the similar objectives in bringing One Health line ministries in bringing all the One Health players on the same table. So thank you very much for listening. That's the end of this presentation. I believe for this particular presentation, there may be some questions, or there should be some questions for clarification. We have, within IGAD, we have technical leads for each and every component, and I believe we should be able to respond to the questions that you may shoot. So let me open this for plenary. I will take 3 first hands. I'll take a group of 3. I see Dr. Sunday, Hannah, who else? Dr. Bade. I'll start with Dr. Sunday, then Hannah.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Sunday. I come from the Ministry of Health in Uganda, and the focal person for IGAD at the Ministry of Health. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's very enlightening. I want to draw my submission on the critical areas, critical challenges that you faced. Based on the history of Uganda on the current outbreaks, whereas your focus is on the cross-border challenges, but we had the Ebola in 2022 in Uganda. It started at the heart of the country in Mubende. We had Mpox, relatively started in Kasese, which is a cross-border district, but eventually the hotspot became Nakasongola, which is also in the heart of the country. Then we followed with again, Ebola, which started in the city, in Kampala itself. So if the focus is on the cross-border, how are we going to cater for these outbreaks that originate within the heart of the countries? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Sunday, Hannah?
Yeah, thank you. Working. Hi.
Tech team?
No, it's not working. But I hope I will be audible anyways. Okay. So I just want to make a comment on the general presentations. I think IFRC's role in the delivery, it goes beyond community level, as I think Dr. Sandy mentioned. When we are doing the cross-border activity, it's not just only with the communities, but also generally with the authorities, and it fits up into the surveillance system and the early warning and response mechanism. So it's just to mention that what we are contributing at cross-border level is beyond community level work, and it goes into the early warning system and also into the surveillance mechanism. And what we are trying to establish is also a cross-border system where the early warning system and the preparedness for pandemic can contribute to the general continental and sub-regional preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a response to Dr. Sunday. Also an emphasis that we're not only, FRC is not only focusing on cross-border areas, but the wider perspective of other components like surveillance. Let me, Dr. Sunday, you have a follow-up question? But just before I give this to Dr. Bade, Dr. Sunday, remember this is a discussion that Uganda has always brought on the table. And the fact that, the cross-border sites, and this is specific to Uganda, the cross-border sites, as we call them, are not really the areas that have got the high cases, and where we've had, the points of origin looks like this is where Mpox like Kampala and Nakasongola around Lake Kyoga, this is where have become like the incubation areas where the Mpox has really increased in numbers and start spreading into the other areas. And this is why we have also been discussing that this concept of cross-border areas, can we redefine it? What does it mean for us and for this context of MPOX? And really, indeed, and that's why you see whenever we mentioned the role of IFRC, we say it's community, it's cross-border, stock point of entries, because we are moving away from the sole focus on cross-border areas as we define them technically to to other areas, by saying there are also in-country areas that are affected, and we need to focus on those areas as well. Before I give to Dr. Bade, Dr. Miriam, some reflections?
Okay. Thank you very much, Shadrach, for that presentation. I wanted to make a comment in response to the question of Dr. Sande. And I wanted to say that the funding from the IGAD project is coming to support countries to build capacity in specific areas, let's say cross-border point of entry, but it is contributing and complementing other sources of funding within the country in strengthening the preparedness capacity. So it is very important at country level to coordinate the resources that are within the country from different partners to ensure that they are contributing to different sections so that we build holistic capacity at country level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bade? One other mic is on. Yes. It's off now.
Mine is, I have few comments, and thank you for the good presentation. One is on the issue of cross-border versus port of entry. I think for clarity, I think let's stick to the port of the cross-border as opposed to port of entry, because if we talk of port of entry, we'll be expanding the scope of these to also cover the airports and the seaports. So my request is let's stick to the cross-border. Then the other question that I had, not really a question, something to think of is the term post-MPOX and MPOX and post-MPOX. I don't know now, the post-MPOX is ending September. Does that mean that after September, we're not going to respond to MPOX? So why don't we just maybe focus on phase 1 and phase 2? And we know at the back of our mind that phase 1, we were focusing on MPOX, and phase 2, we are focusing on all emergencies, including MPOX again. Then the other question that, not really a question, is as you are thinking of the 4 different areas where this project covers, they are all linked. When we are talking of surveillance, let's try as much as possible to see how laboratory comes in to support surveillance. Then how does workforce also relate to those two other components? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bade, for those reflections. I think we will continue with the discussion along those lines. We still have 2 days. So it is again, remember, it is us to shape the project, the way it should go. If there are critical changes that we want to make, again, it is us who are supposed to, recommend those changes and follow up through the processes that are needed to approve those changes. So these discussions are very useful. I hope our note takers are really paying attention and ensuring that, these submissions are well captured. Yes, welcome. Kindly introduce yourself and then you can.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Sudi Bamcha. I work with Uganda Red Cross. I think my it's this is a preparedness for response. But as we implement, oftentimes, through the 2 or 3 years as we implement, we may get an outbreak of an infectious disease. So we need to clearly bring it out. How easy can we transition from preparedness to response, and how the project can give that allowance for a country or for an implementing entity to change from preparedness activities to response, because usually approvals tend to be problematic. Then the health authorities may call you upon. For example, Uganda Red Cross may be called upon to support, but because the fund was geared towards response, approval processes may take a bit long and may be difficult to have to enable an organization change from preparedness to respond to the current needs at the moment. So I think we need to have some mechanism within the implementation framework on how change can be made to support an outbreak at that particular moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for those reflections. And indeed, this project was fast-tracked to be able to take care of the response part. So we moved from preparedness and response to response only, at least for the MPOX phase. The big questions that we are asking ourselves is in line with what you have submitted, together with what Dr. Abade has mentioned. And we will hear also from the member states on Wednesday and Thursday, because scenarios are changing. More countries are now MPOX active. When we started, we only had Uganda with threats in Kenya and South Sudan, and now we have Ethiopia. It's active in Ethiopia. We'll also hear from the member states if Somalia, Djibouti, and other countries, Sudan, are also, or we also have the cases rising. We'll hear from the member states, and this will help us to make the decisions that we need to make moving forward in this project. But let me hear from Dr. Fatuma, and then Dr. Sande again.
Thank you, Dr. Shadrack and team, for those very constructive inputs to our discussion. And as Dr. Shadrack had indicated, rapporteurs, please remember to take note of all the suggestions that are coming up, so that we interrogate this as we discuss the next phase of the project. And I think these are the serious issues and questions that we've been unable to answer during the phase 1 of the project. That is one. And that said, Dr. Abade, I think we will do away with the word MPOX and post-MPOX. When we say post-MPOX, it's like we've eliminated MPOX in the region and other epidemics which we have not managed to do. So we will adopt that terminology of the phase 1 and the phase 2 of the project. That is one. The word cross-border and point of entry, I think this is a terminology that IGAD, IFRC, and the WHO, together with the member states, have to redefine. What does cross-border mean in this context? And during our initial discussions, we were like, what is a cross-border? And we have several types of cross-borders. We have the wet borders, we have the dry borders, we have inter-country borders, but we also have the airports as borders. Do we have the airports as borders, or do we classify them as point of entries? How do we tailor these terminologies to the current agenda of the project? And I think those were tough questions that we were not in a position to answer. However, from the lessons learned, we are putting up a paper together on what does redefining cross-border in the context of pandemic preparedness. And this is where we want the WHO, IFRC, and the IGAD team and the Pandemic Fund to really help us define the operational meaning of cross-border and how do we contextualize as we respond to pandemics in the region. So Dr. Abade, yes, but we have to, unpack that, what that means for us and how do we move forward. The question from Uganda Red Cross, thank you very much. I think these governments and partners are fully informed on this project, and we've had several outbreaks during the initial phase or the phase 1 of the project. And we've had quite a lot of requests to IGAD to support, outbreaks. So as a group or as members of this project, how do we organize our preparedness interventions and response? And if tomorrow we have a cholera outbreak, what is the role of this project? We had Kalaza outbreak, we had chikungunya in some part of the region. How do we respond? We had mpox in Moyale, Kenya, Moyale, Ethiopia, and we didn't have the resources to respond. And governments were asking, where is the money to support this intervention? So I think Miriam and the rest of the IFRC team, as we move forward, how do we take care of this? And this is some of the ideas we have to address. The issues of changing scenarios, outbreaks, recurrent outbreaks, multiple outbreaks. How do we support our member states in responding to these ever-changing outbreaks? We have serious ones, but we also have pockets of outbreaks in the region, in the countries, particularly the border areas. How do we support them? And I don't have the answer, and you would help us as IGAD and IFRC and WHO. How do we package these learnings in form of response as we take the program forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Fatuma, for that submission. Really, some key reflections that you have brought on board. Dr. Sunday?
Thank you so much once again for giving me this opportunity. As you're defining the pandemic fund priorities, there's like much focus is on the infectious diseases. But also I wanted to know what will be the take regarding the mass gathering events that turn into disasters, that turn into a lot of killings. For example, we thank God that for now we haven't had any big incident. We just, Uganda and Kenya were hosting Chan, and these were mass gatherings of the youth and all of that. Also, there's time when we had the mass gathering due to religious festivals. And these are things that can turn into disastrous some of the time. How do we prepare and incorporate them into this in terms of preparation, that once this takes place, really the countries are better positioned to respond to any eventualities? Secondly, disasters that happen. We have had mudslides, landslides that come through and they kill a lot of people. Even sometimes when they take place, we fail to exhume some of these bodies. So how do we incorporate also that? Then thirdly is response to routine emergencies. For example, here we are told in Uganda that just Uganda alone, 2024 financial year, that 2024 annual year, we lost about 5,144 deaths due to road accidents, and these are routine. That means they're claiming a lot of people. How do you also incorporate this in terms of preparedness and responding to such events as public health emergencies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is open to discussion. Two issues, how do we prepare for, special events like the Chan? We can't stop people from playing football. Now also we have elections, right, Dr. Sunday? And so there's mass gathering. There are also accidents which are, some form of emergency in terms of the response. So how do we prepare for such as well? Does such qualify to be in this project or to be part of the design of this project and so on? I think that is what Dr. Sunday is asking. Let's open it up for discussion. Yes, Dr. Miriam, take on the mic.
Okay. Well, I would like to contribute to some of the questions, but also first I would like to define pandemic. We have had a global discussion about the definition of the pandemic. And in the amended international health regulations, there are definitions on what a pandemic is. And the pandemic refers to infectious diseases. In fact, recently we had a meeting and the people asked a similar question. If we have this poisoning that is moving across the world, would we call that a pandemic? And the answer would be that it is like a humanitarian crisis and not a pandemic. So we need to understand from the beginning that pandemic refers to humanitarian, rather to infectious diseases. And not every infectious disease is a pandemic. Pandemic is one that is likely to spread widely, exceed the health system capacity, disrupt society or economy, and it needs rapid, coordinated action. And so it has to be able to meet specific criteria. And so once we are trying to prevent the impact of such, and we saw an example of the COVID-19, and how it became very widespread, how it overwhelmed the health systems, how it required global mobilization of resources. And in response to the pandemic, or in preparedness to the pandemics, we need to build resilient systems. And if we use our resources from Pandemic Fund to build such resilient systems, I have confidence that such resilient systems will be very helpful even in managing other types of crises. It will be able to help in the management of mass crises, management of the poisoning events, etc. So it depends on how well we use our resources. Now, regarding the preparedness versus response, I see that this is an issue because most of these funds are focusing on strengthening preparedness. But along the way, outbreaks come, and we find that countries are still not prepared enough for handling these outbreaks. So this IGAD project had a provision of a contingency fund. And this contingency fund had little resources. I think that most of it was spent on mpox in Uganda. So maybe one of the things that IGAD can consider in a discussion with the countries, but also will need serious approval from the pandemic fund, is if they can replenish this contingency fund to be able to contribute to the response. This is not the fund that will make all the responses. It will be able to contribute. Countries should also step up and plan for a potential pandemic response fund that can be used in the response. Now, contributing to the issue of cross-border, I think we'd have to go back and look at what did you have in mind when you were writing the proposal on cross-border. If you try to go beyond what you had in mind, then the resources will not be adequate. I think in the writing, what was being considered was what we would call possibly the ground crossing borders. The ground crossing borders between the different countries, excluding the airports, unless the airport is near the ground crossing border. Our understanding from the project was that we are going to be strengthening these ground crossing borders, creating that kind of collaboration on either sides of the countries, but also contributing to the infrastructure there as needed. So we hope that this is being done. If you want to move beyond, it's upon your decision and seeking for post-approval changes, but at least let us make sure that what you put in your proposal is fully achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miriam. Matt, I'll give you the mic.
Yep, thanks. I mean, just to say, I think really in agreement with Dr. Miriam. I think we, in some ways, I think we, the risk is that the investment that was made in line with the design of the program was a preparedness investment with a small contingency fund built in for localized response capability. I think sometimes the confusion may come from the fact that the Mpox outbreak was an extraordinary event that we were asked to redesign a significant component of the program in order to respond to a large-scale, multi-country outbreak. So I think we need to distinguish from the Mpox response phase, which we were asked to incorporate as a redesign, compared to multiple outbreaks that may occur. Otherwise, the fund would just dry up, and this is not it's not a response fund. The response that we are making is to invest in the preparedness, and I think we need to hold true in phase 2 to the original design and deliverables. Of course, adapting as we learn, and then potentially either within the program's resources or as a request to WHO and the Pandemic Fund to replenish the contingency fund. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt. And again, the rapporteurs, please make sure those reflections are very, very much well captured. I saw another, yes, Francisca.
Just to probably add on the concern around the emerging needs, but at the same time also on the contingency fund. I think in the design phase, there was the provision for this particular fund to act as a catalyst for more financing towards this intervention by us deliberately planning to bring together other finances to also contribute, in as much as, yes, the contingency fund needs to be replenished, then maybe we need to, proactively provision for that opportunity where we bring other finances to contribute towards this, and then to, enhance support towards emerging needs, but at the same time also in terms of preparedness.
Yes, I think I attest to that, there's a provision of, exploring, opportunities for more resource, mobilization to, take care of the needs that arises, the gaps. Because again, just like any other project, we can't address all the needs, we can't address all the gaps that we're identifying. New needs come on board, new dimensions come that needs to be sorted out. But again, we must be active in resource mobilization, and we also, at the initial phase, even at proposal writing, I think we did commit to that. Dr. Bade?
I think, as we are discussing, what we need to have in your mind is where do we draw a line between preparedness and response? Because there are some activities that can be done at both the preparedness level and response level. And I want to give a good example. We had an outbreak of Mpox in Kenya, and one of the response activity was to build the capacity, which can also be, so as we are discussing, where do we draw a line between response and preparedness? Then the other question is, not really a question, a comment, is in regards to what Dr. Sande raised, the issue of infectious diseases. Even in terms of our prioritization of health events, I think there's some consideration that we do normally make for you to comfortably say that this is my priority. And that is in regards to what Dr. Miriam mentioned, is one, we look at the size of the problem, how fast the problem can spread. The other aspect is we look at severity in terms of mortality, and most importantly also the intervention that are available. And I think that's what the criteria that was used to maybe allow us to focus on infectious diseases as opposed to any other event that might occur, like issue of toxins and chemicals here, poisoning. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Bade, and I think those are very useful reflections in terms of where we draw the line, and also as well as prioritization. Regarding the drawing the line, we'll also have a glimpse of post-Mpox activities tomorrow, and maybe after that we can continue with those discussions. And one of the key things that is coming out from here, again, rapporteurs, please note that one of the key things is coming here is that how do we interface, you know, from Mpox to post-Mpox? Do we remove that line? And how do we how is it drawn, first of all, even before we remove it, and so on. The definition of pandemics, I think that one has been highlighted very much, and Dr. Bade has also mentioned other priority areas that may be a priority to the countries, but they don't fall within the context of our definition. So we really need to rethink about those issues, and together with what Matt and Francisca has brought on board, that we have the responsibility not only to implement this project, but to go further and fundraise for other areas, for other priorities, and for other dimensions that may be arising, which are of priority to our member states. And again, we will hear from our member states on Wednesday and Thursday what are their priority areas. And these questions will arise in the sense that a member state may be asking, this is our priority areas, please, we are asking the Prepare project to focus. You know, when it comes to our country, we are asking Prepare project to focus on this one health issue that is a priority. And maybe that may not be falling within our definition of pandemic fund or as based on the IHR definition of pandemics. So we must be ready to answer these questions, and therefore, you know, these discussions are very useful, even preparing us, you know, to engage our member states this week. So thank you very much for those reflections. I want to take one or two more. Dr. Brahman, let me give you the mic. One more mic must be on. Just check yours.
Okay, it's on. It's on. Now, during the design, during the proposal development, we had allocated some resource for contingency. And I remember we had assumptions that, and our assumptions actually were correct, that in the event there's an outbreak, what's going to happen to these resources? And that's why actually we know what MPOX has done to our investment in preparedness. So there's likely a similar event happening again. And I want to, WHO particularly to understand this, that we need to, that envelope for contingency has to be replenished. We don't know what's going to happen. And we may assume that the MPOX is, perhaps we're going to post MPOX, but the likelihood of similar event happening are high. So as we fast track preparedness, we also need to know that it's likely that a similar event might happen, and we need to put some resources there. Thank you very much.
Again, I think that should be well captured. Before, I think Dr. Fatuma also highlighted on the, and I think also Dr. Miriam did highlight on that contingency fund. And a window has been presented to us by the pandemic fund, procedural arrangement that we can always do post-approval amendments or post-approval changes. These are some of the discussions that we'll be discussing in this meeting, and also as a follow-up to this Inception meeting. So this discussion will not end here. It will be something that is continuing into the post-MPOX phase, as we may call it for now. Hannah, did I see your hand up? Kindly pick on the mic.
Yeah, thank you. I think just to reiterate again on over the next 2 days during this meeting, I think if we can focus more on trying to really review the program, understand it clearly, and be prepared to explain than being drifted, because I think Dr. Miriam has already indicated there is high expectation on this, and I think it's really important we focus on system strengthening. And for that, I think the integral part of the response capacity through the preparedness is something that we can capitalize on. And I agree with Dr. Ibrahim, if we can try to expand that part of the contingency fund and focus on re-explaining that initial attempt that we made in the contingency fund management, and clearly define, and especially the line between any localized outbreak versus pandemic potential outbreaks, and also the line of like the preparedness. For example, in case of, for example, RCC activities, that activity itself is a response, at the same time a preparedness. So I think if we can kind of try to define those and have clear procedure for the activation of response, then opening it up to the extent that it will affect the integrity of the program. So I just want to highlight that we should really try to focus on how we can activate contingency, increase that pot a little bit, than affect the program as a system strengthening, a preparedness system strengthening. That's what I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah, the issue of activating and expanding that portfolio, the contingency portfolio, I think that is highlighted. Dr. Fatuma, I know you are consulting with Matt on this.
Yes, consulting with Matt. One, I think IFRC's, we've consumed the time for IFRC's presentation. So we are very diplomatic, I mean democratic, so we agree on how to proceed with that. But also to bring to the attention of IFRC, WHO, and the rest of the IGAD team is that we've had, in addition to where is the money, and which Dr. Miriam has also been asked severally, to support country national action plans, we as IGAD happen to be the one that bears the brunt of the member states, and you know, we are the authority, but they also have an authority over us, and we've been asked, yes, the proposal was jointly developed by IGAD, IFRC, the member states, and WHO. However, we have priorities that have come up that are provided for in our national plans. In the event that that is not provided for, how can IGAD support? And Dr. Shadrach, we've heard that from Somalia, we've heard from Djibouti, we've heard from Ethiopia, and to the extent of the ministers, officers of the ministers writing to IGAD, and we had to play very, very careful and reassure them that, you know, yes, we had the MPOX activities we've implemented. This is why we were focused on. They were asking, why Uganda only? Can we also be supported? And we were in a very difficult situation, and yes, we are happy that we've managed. However, now that we are going into the second phase, I don't think those questions will end. We really have to be responsive to them, see what activities are already in our work plan that speaks to the national plans, if they're all provided for perfectly, and how regional can they be. We might have an activity that is a priority to Ethiopia and another one that's a priority to Kenya that are not provided for in the work plan. And we have other countries in place. How do we manage this? And I think those were tough questions we were asked, and we must respond, and they would still come up in the Director General's meeting and even the Ministers' meeting. So as a group, as partners managing this project, how do we go about it? I don't have the answer, but those are the questions that we've been asked. I guess the same might have happened to IFRC. So how do we align ourselves to the request or the need of the member states and ensure that we keep to the original agenda of the project? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatuma. And you may also want to tell us what you decided between you and Matt.
I would
the
ask
consultation.
Matt. Yes. How do
In terms
you,
of
how
moving
do you
forward.
Yeah. How do we go about it? Do you want to present? We have 90 minutes, you know, as given to IFRC. That means we do a presentation, have a very, you know, good discussion over it, because the discussion is what would help us take the project forward. So how do we go about it?
We have 20 minutes to 1. Michael, how long is the presentation? Roughly? Or maybe how many slides? That can help us gauge. We go for lunch?
Yeah. No, the suggestion is we could do up to, maybe just determine how much time at what time do we break for lunch, then continue in the afternoon, because if you look at what we want to have is, just look at each of the countries, because some of this work is coming from the member states. So what has been done in Djibouti, what has been done in Ethiopia, and I actually I maybe present all of it, and then we could look at individually or collectively what are the things that could be pending, and if there are ideas to it after it has, so that we just present up to a certain point. If we don't finish, it's okay. We can maybe create some time in the afternoon.
Yes, our official time for lunch was 1. So I more or less agree with the presentation. Why don't we present up to 1? Then we can have a break and proceed on at 2. Is that agreeable? Because we have 20 minutes. Because another alternative is, why don't we break early, then come back earlier than planned? IFRC, we'll leave that to you. We have two options. We stop at 1, and then proceed.
It looks good to maybe break for lunch, and then when we come, it's just one flow. We
Wonderful.
Don't have break. At least people will remember.
Great. Let's go for that. So we are breaking at 12:45. That is 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So can we come back 15 minutes to 2? And we'll be very strict on time. If you are out there, just know that we'll proceed without you at exactly 15 minutes to 2. So we will break for lunch. Ross, I hope lunch is ready. Is ready. Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, participants, distinguished guests. I think it has been a wonderful morning. In the afternoon, I'll have a time to actually sit down, and you'll have a different flavor of presentation. I've been here guiding the process and doing presentation, and in the afternoon, there's quite a different flavor coming in. IFRC as well as my IGAD colleagues, so you'll hear different voices in guiding the process as well as in making presentation. So I may want to say now, enjoy your lunch, bon appetit. To our online participants, please make sure you have your own lunch wherever you are. Don't just stay in the meeting. Have your lunch, have your break. Those who are going for prayers, kindly pray for us as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming back from lunch. And you are the earlier returnees. I want to request Dr. Michael, as soon as you are ready, we can start. Thank you. The tech team, kindly support Dr. Michael in this. The presentation is ready.
So thank you and good afternoon. We'll take you through the activities that have been taken under the MPOX phase. Partly we'll mention some activities that were done at the regional level, some of the lessons learned towards the end, including images of photos that were taken during some of the trainings that have been done. Just a disclaimer, because of the Shadrach had been able to lay down the activities and the outcomes that were supposed to be done, we will just run through just to show the component one that we were handling. And then maybe before the Excel, we will actually go to the map that just run through the slide 2, 3, and then we'll go to the map. And the way we will do this is I'll request my colleague Hannah McConnell to speak to the question of the points of entry that we were focusing on, and how the selection was done, which ones are they. So and after that, then I'll come and deal with the other activities as done in the respective countries. So at this point, I want to invite Hannah, and possibly it would be good just to go back slightly up on the slides before the map, up again. No, next. Yeah, here. So these are the intermediate outcomes that we were looking at, and you will notice that it is basically around surveillance and early warning. So we'll look at the strengthening and harmonized cross-border surveillance mechanisms, and how the national societies have been playing part in that, the bit of IT and how the support has gone in supporting the infrastructure there, and then the operational capacities, and some of the trainings that really were facilitated by IGAD, but also having the National Society focal persons coming in. Then the improvement of cross-border collaboration, the preparedness response, epidemic and prone disease through revitalized, it is community-based surveillance, not CBC. We have an education system in Kenya where it is CBC. And then the immediate other outcome, we're looking at regional pandemic preparedness response plans and how they can be developed. And some of the things we note is that some of these things can be embedded in what other institutions have been able to do. And then majorly the risk communication and community engagement systems that have been designed, some have been adopted to the respective countries. So all these will be supported or will support the work that is being carried out at the cross-border. And why cross-border is you realize that movement of people and animals would always happen. Some of the border points were clear that these ones need to be focused on. but others also came in as important areas because of maybe not much control that is being exercised. So Hannah will take us through the selection and which ones are, these ones are, and then thereafter I'll come back to the activity. So welcome, Hannah.
If you can please put the slides. So just to clarify on the outcomes that were described earlier, the IT infrastructure is a responsibility for IGAD, and we contribute to the system strengthening. So generally, the way, if I just describe the way we selected the cross-border areas, cross-border sites. So during the proposal development, we have 40 project sites or cross-border sites and 20 points of interest. So the 20 are actually generally the cross-border area, and the 40 indicators, if there are, for example, as Dr. Miriam described earlier, if there was an airport within the 20 cross-border areas identified, then we also have included some airports actually from the beginning in the development of the program. And I think Entebbe was included during the first phase of the program. So that's how we prioritize it. However, during the engagement with the national societies, following that general framework within the program, the national societies engaged with the ministries, and we came up with these stars on the map. The green stars show not only cross-border sites, but also branches, Red Cross branches. So these Red Cross branches will be positioned to be part of the system for pandemic preparedness and response. They will be capacitated to have a complete system, or more or less complete system, to support the existing mechanism in pandemic preparedness and response. So these 7 green stars that you see are the cross-border sites, as well as the National Society branch within that area. So the red sites are not only the ground crossing, but also sites. So what we have is also, for example, if there is a refugee camp and within the border district, then that is also identified as a site. So these are the sites that you'll see. If you can please put up the Excel sheet. So the Excel sheet that we will be presenting will show the prioritization that is made to identify the cross-border sites and also the points of interest in each country in collaboration and in discussion with the Ministries of Health. So we have prioritized some sites during the first phase, other sites during the next phase. If you can go to the mapping, which says, go back, please. So these are the 7 branches that are identified. So this is from Kenya, we have Marsabit. From Uganda, we have Busia. From Ethiopia, we have Moyale. From South Sudan, we have Nimule. And Al-Galabat from Sudan. Galilee from Djibouti. Terbudi from Puntland, the Puntland Coordination Office. And then Wajale from the Somaliland Coordination Office of the Red Cross, Red Crescent branches. So these are the priority branches that are identified to have a complete package, whereby we identify the gaps in pandemic preparedness and response, and the national societies have branches in those cross-border areas. They will be equipped, and they are actually equipped, to be positioned to support effectively in the pandemic preparedness and response. So this is one of the approaches that we want to contribute to the system strengthening of pandemic preparedness and early warning system. If you can go to each country's sites, please. So if you can start with Kenya from the sheets. Click please on the sheets which says Kenya. I will give an example of how we selected the Kenya cross-border sites and points of interest. The sheets down, just go pick Kenya, because that is Kenya. Yes, that one. So the way Kenya have identified is, probably this is not the one. So this is not the one. Go please to Ethiopia. We don't have the updated. Sorry. So so this one shows now priority point of entry and the one that says mapping, please. Sorry? Okay. So this one are again the priority sites. Anyways, this one is how they have identified, but we also have the complete list of the sites which we'll share. Kenya identified their 6 priority areas, and then they identify the one for the capacity building. So they have 6 sites, Busia and Bungoma, Trans-Zola and West Pokot, Turkana and Kalobey, Marsabit, Mandera, and Wajir. So these are the 6 priority sites. So each country have 6 or 7 or 8 priority sites. These are points of entry or cross-border regions. And then within this, I will pick up the Kenya later on. They have also identified their individual additional points of entry sites or cross-border sites, for example, refugee camps and all that. So it comes to, for Kenya, to about 16. So that brings the total 40, but then they have 66 per country. In this case, in Kenya, they have 6 now. If you can go to Uganda, I can show. The one which shows the green are the cross-border branches, which are identified for the complete capacity building. And then Uganda, you can see Busia, Malaba, Elugu, Mpodwe, Sianak, Marema Hills, Businga, Bunangana, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, and Ketuna. So these are the total sites, 9 sites, during the first phase, and then they will go down to 7 during the phase 2. And the one Busia is where the cross-border capacity building for the branch is selected for. So this branch will benefit from the complete package, including the tablets, the point of entry health packages, which are developed by the team, and also the surveillance system package. We also did the training, actually the cross-border training in Busia, whereby we did also the mapping of the cross-border capacity. So all the branches or the cross-border sites will do the same, but the priority is those ones which are highlighted as green. However, all these 8 sites that you see are identified in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, and they are not off from the original 20 border sites. If you can go to Ethiopia as well. So for Ethiopia, you can see Matamma, Kurmuki, Pagak, Moyale, Togochale or Wojale, and then Bole International Airport. This is one of the sites that was included from the beginning as one of the areas that was included, not ground crossing, but international airport. I think for Uganda, during the phase 1, we have also included Entebbe from the Red Cross side. If you can go to South Sudan. So here is where we have an issue now for South Sudan. In principle, we should have 6 cross-border sites, but the National Society prefer to stick to 3 cross-border areas. So this is something that we are still discussing, and we'll have to come up with an approach how we can include the additional branch, so the additional cross-border sites. So we have the Juba International Airport, Nimule, and then Kaya border. And then there should be additional sites, which the National Society opted not to include, but we'll have to discuss with how we can engage with the Ministry of Health or other entity moving forward in the second phase. Go to Djibouti, please. Same Djibouti, Galilee, Yodale, no, Loyada and Balho. We have additional 2 sites again for Djibouti, which are not included, which we are going to have to discuss on the way forward in the second phase. This is what the National Society chose to stick to in discussion also with the Ministry of Health in Djibouti. I think Doctor is confirming that we have consulted with the Ministry of Health and they choose to stick to the 3. So this is something that we need also to discuss, whether we have an alternative approach to include those or we stick to these ones. Go to Somalia. So Somalia, we have 2 coordination offices. So through the 2 coordination offices, we have Turbidi and Wajale as priority sites, priority branches. Alale, Darussalam, Wajale, Leokado, Egal International Airport, and Alaibade. So these are the priority sites. So generally what I want to highlight here is we have engaged, the National Societies did a mapping of the priority cross-border sites, and then they also identified points of interest. Adjacent to the points of interest, there are branches attached to that system. That is the ground crossing, crossing points. Branches are identified to be positioned to be part of the system in pandemic preparedness and response. So we have a package. Do you have the, if you can go further to the other side? Probably it is not in here. We have done also minimum packages for point of entry surveillance capacity. Based on that minimum package, the National Societies developed their plan to procure, to train, and to position themselves to be part of the system. So that's what we did in terms of like the branch capacity building. We have developed minimum package for point of entry surveillance capacity. That capacity will be created within the border branches, and the branches will be in a position to support the system in pandemic preparedness and response. Now I'll give the floor to Michael. If there is any question, I can, all right. Yes, Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Hannah. This is indeed very good work done. We really appreciate. Perhaps I heard you say you have consulted the Ministry of Health. I want to know to what extent you are able to consult the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Veterinary, Wildlife, to what extent this assessment has taken One Health approach, and particularly I'm happy that you are doing the second phase, and I want to correct now. It's an opportunity for us to insert what was left. The issue of, the trainings, certainly the other One Health players must participate in those trainings. The surveillance systems, we need to develop systems that are inclusive. The package developed, all these we want to see, taking One Health shape now. For instance, ISTVS has been doing some work in Tokwechale with the World Vision on training community animal health workers. And in fact, I mentioned this, perhaps when the societies are going to do, it's going to be an opportunity for us to work together so that we And Dr. Shak actually developed some of the tools, the training tools for frontline animal health workers. And we explained in our own gathering that Prepare is coming, we will collaborate with the societies, and there is going to be an opportunity for us. So in the assessment, we want to see, you know, the role of other One Health players, engagement in the assessment, so that they can contribute to. We intend to roll out, actually, we have a pilot of one-stop border point at Tokwe Chale. In that, certainly this Prepare must come on board, and we work together. So in the remaining parts, please, the tools, your assessment tools, please capture all these so that we have everybody participating. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's important point. And when I say Ministry of Health, they consulted with Ministry of Health. That is them doing the initial consultation. With Ethiopia, they consulted the EPHI, which constitutes everyone. And with Kenya, they are taking two approaches for now, because the National Public Health Institute is gradually taking in the responsibility, but they at the same time consulted. When I say they, it is our National Society colleagues. With Djibouti, I think there is a confirmation here. We had the consultation with the Ministry of Health. I'm sure the National Society colleagues, the Prepare colleagues, are aware of the process, and I hope we will continue to do that. But for now, we use the available entry point, but definitely that's important, and we did the assessment tool, which is comprehensive, all the other the things. In terms of the package, I agree with you, and by the way, we also engage a consultant who are now reviewing, who will be reviewing all the available surveillance materials, both from animal health, going back to 2020, and they're harmonizing. That includes IGAD tools, and we are trying to harmonize those packages for the cross-border training. Definitely that's important, and thank you for the reminder. We'll keep on our reminding ourselves to do that. Is there another point that I didn't mention? Dr. Ibrahim, all good? Okay. I think Dr. Fatma had your hand. And then Dr. Abadi.
Then you can. Thank you very much. One, for the consultant that has been engaged to review the tools, it would also be good that we get to know and support the process, but also this being a regional project, incorporate the perspective of IGAD and WHO. So if the consultant is on board, let us get to engage him and formally, introduce. If you are in the initial stage, can we input into the TOR? And moving forward, if we have similar engagement, is also good to know what we are doing, what IFRC and the societies are doing, because this is one package. And being the overall entity responsible for this project, it would be good that we know that there is a consultancy in country, so that when we are asked, we say, yes, we are aware of it, so that we improve on the coordination. If that has been done, good, but at my level, I've not known that there was this. We also have institutions like Sheikh, we have the Climate Center, we have the Pastoral and Livestock Development, we have the IGAD Center of Excellence for Environment Protection. So we have specialized One Health institutions within IGAD to give, but also support the regional One Health tools. There are quite a lot of tools within IGAD. So maybe that would also improve the work of the consultant, and that this project delivers on the same. Back to the border areas, I think you've put it very well. We've had the original list of cross-border areas as defined by IGAD, in consultation with member states. However, at the country level, which is again justified if it has been discussed with the member states, there were changes. I know we discussed this. It is again good that we keep ourselves informed on what is happening. For the for the sites that have been changed, if the government or the societies in consultation with the member states have seen the priority or the need to change a particular site, let us get to know where were we, what were the original plan, and what have we changed, and how does that affect the project. I think that is good, but in the bottom line, let us get to know, like, we cannot change the, Kenya can say this is a priority site. In this project, Kenya is part of 7 other countries. Do they have the authority to change that site from the IGAD perspective? If it has to be changed, we have to reconvene as countries and agree that from now on, this particular border area will not be a priority for Kenya. But if that particular border area is a priority for Uganda, Kenya has to accept and say, yes, while it is not a priority for me, it is a priority for Uganda, and therefore from the regional perspective, we have to maintain it. So our request is, we are still learning. Let us, if there are major changes, radical ones, we reconvene, agree with the member states, and whatever decision we make, we make it together. Nothing has really gone wrong, but moving forward, let us make some of these decisions together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for that wonderful presentation. I think I just want to reiterate what Dr. Fatuma has indicated on the issue of cross-border areas. And one problem I have with defining a cross-border area is, you know, sometimes when we talk about country priorities, there are chances that these countries are going to pick areas that are not complemented on the other side of the border. For example, if Kenya were to pick a place like Busia, and then we don't have complementary activities on the other side in Busia, Uganda, then it becomes a challenge. So I know IGAD has mapped these cross-border areas, and we have a list of these areas, and we are looking at those that have been mapped, and we did it in a very objective way. We were looking at volumes, we were looking at trade, we were looking at all these other things. So I think we may need to probably revisit it at some point in time, because again, we want to focus on that, on those cross-border areas that we're going to have a big impact. We're looking at those areas that have huge population movements, because again, if you look at a place like Mandera, we have a lot of population movements between the 3 different countries, and I think that will probably be a priority area. Then the other thing is, we should probably look at how we are going to twin these, you know, cross-border areas between the 2 countries. For example, if we pick Busia, Kenya, then we should probably pick Busia, Uganda, so that these activities can complement each other. So I think this is something we'll probably want to revisit at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are not far away from each other. We are in agreement, and I think that is why in our criteria it is already included that they should be facing the border sites should be facing each other, and they should be selected simultaneously. So the national societies are aware of that, and that is clearly in everybody's mind. And I will come to Dr. Miriam after just giving the addressing some of the things from Dr. Fatuma. And regarding the harmonization, we went through the MPOX IMST, the TOR and the item, then the key responsibilities are done through the IMST of the MPOX response, and it was also further expanded, and I think the colleagues in IGAD are well aware of it. We are in the beginning of the selection process, and all the IGAD instruments, this is part of the responsibility of the consultant. They will have to dig into whatever is available and then list them out and pick the important contents, put them in the proposed outline, and if there is something missing, and then they will recommend, this is missing, let's put this in. So there will be, this is part of their responsibility. They will have to dig every organization's main actors' resources available, gray or published, and consult also with the key partners. And then this is part of the responsibility. So we are aware, but we will be happy to share, but that is already done through the IMST, and colleagues know about this. I think there is one question, one hand raised before you, Dr. Miriam, and then I will come to you.
No. My question or comment is related to the prioritized cross-border areas. I wanted to understand, for example, if Uganda has prioritized Busia and Kenya has not prioritized Busia, so what becomes the fate of Busia on Kenya side? Do we develop the Ugandan side and Kenya side is not fully developed, and yet this is the area that they would need to collaborate with in the case of an outbreak? I just wanted to clearly understand how it goes.
So in terms of the first prioritization, the Kenya versus Uganda, it is the National Society branch capacity development. They may not be identifying facing each other, because maybe there is a strong capacity from Uganda side, but also previously existing capacity on the Kenya side from the branch side. Then that means then they will prioritize other branch. But in terms of cross-border point of entry, both should prioritize. In the second phase, they will prioritize both. And in the general cross-border side, they will prioritize the sites facing each other. What you have seen green and then not selected on the Uganda side, on the Kenya side, but not in Uganda side, is then the branch capacity. But in terms of cross-border sites, all of the sites are facing each other. So if there is Uganda, Busia, then the Kenya, was it can you remind me? The border, Malaba. Malaba is already identified from Kenya. So they are already selected. The only thing is the branch capacity. If there is already existing capacity, then we wouldn't have identified them as part of the 7. We have identified, we have put one branch per country to create that whole package of point of entry capacity. That is the WHO, for example, when there is a capacity assessment, if there is some gap from the government side, then the branches will be able to step in and to create that is the designated capacity type of assessment. So I will give the floor to Sandy and then Dr. Oh, Abade was first. Okay, sorry. Go ahead first then. All right, I saw this one first, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 issues. I think by the end of tomorrow, we should be very clear on the 2 terms, cross-border and port of entry. I think it's really confusing because you see, like, when you talk of cross-border, all cross-border are port of entry, but not all port of entry are cross-borders.
Yes.
And I think we really need to be clear so that we don't end up confusing the 2. Maybe before the end of tomorrow, maybe we can stick to one rather than using the 2 interchangeably.
Okay.
That is my first question, my first comment. The second comment, the list that you provided there for the Kenya sites, priority sites, I realized we've lumped 4 port of cross-border sites that are almost 200 kilometers and above apart, and we've lumped them as one cross-border point because we are talking of Dadaab, then we are talking of Wajir, then we are talking of somewhere then along Wajir, which is almost like 300 kilometers apart. So I don't know whether maybe we can go back to the Minister of Health and say this is not going to work, because how do you put 3 cross-border point together, and yet the cross-borders are almost 300 kilometers apart. Yeah, I think this is something that we need to really engage the ministry and see how they can help us to address that.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think we'll have to do that, and I agree we need to be clear on that, but just for the sake of explanation from our point of view, when we say cross-border, let's say, for example, there is Moyale, and there is only one point of entry, right? The formal point of entry, and yet Moyale is a big district, so that is the cross-border site. So that could include, for example, a refugee camp somewhere in Moyale, and then another one point of entry within that district. So the point of entry is the border crossing site, right? Whereas the cross-border site for us is the cross-border districts in its totality. So then the point of entry is one single point, as you mentioned. So that is how we view when we were putting those 40 versus 20 in the initial design. So I think we can further discuss and then clearly define what it means to follow standard definition and then refine it.
And
that is
the reason why I wanted that to be very clear is there some of the activities will really have a lot of challenges. Let's take, for example, CIMEX, simulation exercise.
Yeah.
We want to do CIMEX at the port of entry or at the cross border. If you do it on one side, it will not add any value unless you bring the two countries together and allow them to do a combined or a joint simulation exercise.
Yeah, we are in agreement on that. Point of entry versus cross-border, we can discuss and I think come to a clear definition for the sake of this program, and then align ourselves with the general terminology used, across the PPR system. Okay, there was one question from here, and then I will leave the floor to Michael, and then we can come later on to further discussion. And then, okay, Sunday, and then I will give floor to Henry. Finally, I will stop. All right.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My comment, a little bit wants also clarification from Dr. Miriam. When you talked about that the pandemic is focusing on the land crossing initially, yet we have some special considerations that I want you to focus on. We have Lake Victoria, which is one of the biggest lakes in the IGAD region, which covers Kenya and Uganda. Population movement across borders has shown that people even use from Kisumu to Port Bell, meaning these are two cities being combined, being linked with a lot of populations in between them. People board here from Port Bell here, and within the next minute they're in Kisumu, with minimal checks, minimal assessment in terms of surveillance aspects. I don't know whether this can be considered or given a special attention on addition to land crossing, but this being a special category. Then secondly, it comes back to you on the issue of this cross-border. We used to have the word called cross-border zones. Why don't you bring that aspect into play? That instead of looking at one border, Busia in Uganda, but look at the cross-border zones so that we strengthen our cross-border zones. Number one, there is peer-to-peer sharing of this knowledge or of information, other than the bureaucratic of us writing to government and here in Uganda, at Kampala, then information to the government in Nairobi, then to the border. Why don't you develop those
Yeah, thank you. I think that's exactly what we have. It's just a way. We didn't call it cross-border zone, but we call it cross-border area. So that is the entirety of that cross-border region, which is considered as cross-border sites, which is among the 20. The 20 are the cross-border areas, or as you call it, districts or zones. So those are the 20 for us. Those are the units. The unit, the number 20, the unit is the cross-border region, as you call it, zone. The surveillance zone. You call it zone. In our case, we call it cross-border area. It is not just merely the point of entry. It could include refugee camps, points of entry. It could also consider the port health system available. So that is the entirety of so that is how the 20 are those. And then the 40 are those individual sites within those 20 cross-border sites. Henry, and then I hand over the mic to
Thanks, Hannah, for the presentation. Mine is a request.
Okay.
From the initial presentation from IGAD, it was reported that DRC has benefited from this funding outside the IGAD countries, and I think Rwanda. So how can we get Uganda linked to DRC and Rwanda for coordination purposes, just the way we are doing with the rest of the member states? And I think we had invited them to the regional workshop that we had, and they never turned up.
Yeah, I think that was the intention when we included DRC and Burundi and Rwanda. That is to benefit from existing programs. For example, in the case of IFRC, it is the MPOX appeal, and then we coordinate the two programs through the IGAD. And I think I will leave the floor to IGAD to explain on that. But that was how we try to integrate. Otherwise, not designating specific funding to those, but to strengthen the capacity. So I think we'll park it probably. I don't know if we have parking lot, or you can just use the tea break time to collaborate and engage. But I think that was the idea, to just benefit from the coordination, from the existing system, peer learning, peer workshop, and all that. Thank you. Over to you, Michael. Sorry, I think I have taken too much time off.
Thank you very much, Hannah. As Dr. Michael comes in, I think that's also one of the discussion we can bring on board. I know Dr. Sunday is here, but the entire team, the entire Uganda team will be here from Wednesday. I think that's a discussion point that we must bring on board. I remember this is a question that we asked when we first have our initial reconnaissance visit after the mpox outbreak here. We asked Uganda a very simple question: have you been coordinating with DRC or Rwanda? And the answer was outright no. So it is through the Prepare project that we can make some effort and coordinate activities from the other side, which is actually outside IGAD, DRC, Rwanda outside IGAD. So we know there is our sister project that side, funded by Pandemic Fund, the Virunga project. I think we can reach out to them and see how we can, have discussions and coordinated activities with DRC. The other bit, and apologies again, I know Dr. Michael is waiting, is that the member states, if they listen to our presentation on the point of entry cross-border sites, one of the questions they will ask, and we should be ready for that, is what methodology did we use? I know we involved the respective member states, but that is a question that will come up. So we have to be ready, to answer very concretely how we came about with those sites and how we prioritize them. The other question that, not a question, either a request or, or just by a way of wanting to include many sites, they will ask if there is a possibility to add other sites. So that is something that we should also be ready to respond to. We know the resources are limited. We cannot be in each and every cross-border site, each and every point of entry. But this is something that may actually come up very strongly as a recommendation from the member state or as a request, depending on how they will present it. So moving forward, and as I still remember the words of Matt, that one meeting is building up to another. It's the same way we can say that one meeting is actually preparing for another. So as we prepare for the technical consultations, let's be very, very awake to the fact that there might be a lot of questions that are being asked when we present some of these project design issues that, of course, we're already implementing. Thank you very much. Over back to Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Shadrach. And I think indeed there's quite some discussion that we'll have to go. one of the points, of course, even if you put a rejoinder on that is...
Dr. Mike.
Yes.
I think, Dr. Shadrach, if you can put off your mic, I think we need to make a decision, and we don't want this cross-border thing to really spoil our agenda, because if governments hear that we've changed the site, you will have a long list of every government bringing all the borders into this project. We have two options. If we have a justifiable reason why we changed whichever name we have a solid reason. However, what we learned, and it can be, the whole discussion usually changes because governments, as I said, are like siblings. Everyone wants to see themselves in that cake. So the justification we always have is these are predetermined IGAD cross-border sites, and there was a selection. There are 120 plus. That is one reason that usually calms government. So while we know we've made changes, and I know I'm also being recorded live, while we know we have genuine reasons on why we made some changes here and there, how do we avoid that discussion coming up? And we don't want this to be the center of our discussion. Oh, why did you do this? We want this, we want this. And the project is cross-border. Cross-border means inter-country. Let's leave the point of entry. Even if we've identified Juba Airport or Bole Airport as a cross-border, how do we manage that? I think this is, and we have to make a decision so that moving forward, this is the terminology we are using. Otherwise, we might be, this discussion might be, directed to something else. Thank you.
Maybe Hannah, you have something you can.
I also had a few things for us to put into consideration. For example, it might be good to have a slide on the criteria used to select the cross-border areas so that you preempt questions. And the second one would be you mentioned where there will be a full package and where there will be others. Also, why some will have a full package and not others. There's need for justification there. And lastly, why 3 sites in some areas and 6 in some countries and 6 in others? Because all these will be questions that will be asked by angry senior officers. So we need to preempt them by providing the justification ahead of the questions. Yeah.
So the reason why we... So for 7 branches, the reason is we have had a budget for capacity building of national societies, which is purely to position national societies to be part of the preparedness system. So that's why we selected only 7. And we have the criteria set for that, and I can share that with you. I can read one of them. Branch within the proximity of selected sites for prepare program. That is the 20 selected sites. And branch which has minimum held capacity, at least a held staff or long-term staff, professional volunteer and office. And then preferably a branch which has implemented similar PPR program, preferably a branch which is implementing CBS program or interested in building such capacity, and if possible to select more than 1 branch if allocated resources can be meaningfully shared among different branches. So this is basically for the branches. So that is, we have a line for the capacity building of national societies. So that is to position them in surveillance. Otherwise, for the 20 sites, The guidance is they have to select sites within those 20 priority sites of IGAD, which are agreed. And in the proposal also there is a line during the MPOX alignment, we will have a flexibility of adding or removing. So in the alignment we have put that line, but the total is 40. The total 40 sites is not only point of entry, but let's say, as Dr. Sandy said, if there is a surveillance zone, then there could be different priority areas based on the risk. So those are the priority areas that would have been selected in the. So I think it would be good to define, to put a definition for cross-border sites versus point of entry, but we never had any point of entry in the proposal. What we had is cross-border sites. Yeah. So it's good to clarify as we evolve in the revision process. It's good to identify. Yeah. All right.
Let us remove the point of entry. Let us keep it to ourselves. So that we don't invite a lot of questions. Even for the justification, we can have them. We don't open up that we don't say we've changed. Otherwise, we don't want to generate unnecessary discussion that will divert. Thank you.
So maybe we can just to close out this discussion, because I think it's, so point of clarification, the enhanced investment on the branch office is different and supplementary to the cross-border work, yeah? So there's cross-border areas and then further investment in the associated National Society branch office. I think the other thing is to return to the proposal, where a lot of this definition work was done in terms of, what were the criteria for selecting cross-border sites. We're all in agreement that if we're not working on both sides of the border, it's not a cross-border, it's just a border. So, there's no departure from that original outset. And I think the other thing we can do, and we can do it today and tomorrow, is there is very little departure from the original list. So let's just make sure we're clear, if there is a change, what that is and why, and that all the why is coming from the Ministries of Health and discussions in country. So there is a rationale for any proposed change. But I think just to be clear, there is little departure from the original list, and the criteria are the same as they were from the outset. And then I think we can, is cross-border and some priority hotspots, if you like, the refugee camp or the airport. But yeah, just to be, I think the definition is helpful. Thanks.
We can share that original document with everybody so that we can have a reference and a comparison to what we have. And if there is any departure, then we'll review and discuss about it, I think, in due course. Over. Yeah.
And I think for the purpose to convince, I know that is justifiable. Society branch represents who? Maybe you bring in, you say these are the communities at that locality, or it's purely societies. Because government will say, what business do we have with? We are talking of pandemic preparedness. Why are you talking of societies only? Societies and the site. These are perhaps two names that are going parallel. Certainly, you need to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Est-ce que je peux rajouter quelque chose? Parce que moi, c'est Omar Ali de Djibouti. Donc, on va vous embêter un peu pour mettre le masque de Djibouti, mais ça va faire une diversion. Merci beaucoup pour les interprètes. Donc, nous, sur les points d'entrée, moi, j'avais des clarifications. parce que je pense que ce n'est pas une bonne idée de mettre les aéroports internationaux dans ces points d'entrée frontaliers. Déjà, les aéroports sont déjà financés par les niveaux centrales, il y a déjà beaucoup d'activités, ils sont toujours financés. Il n'y aura jamais de problème dans les aéroports internationaux pour quel que soit le type d'épidémie. Donc, je ne pense pas que ce soit une bonne raison pour des raisons d'efficacité des financements d'inclure les aéroports ici. Il vaut mieux rester avec les points d'entrée frontaliers, comme disait un collègue tout à l'heure, Abadé, je crois, et Shadrach. Je pense qu'il faut rester au niveau frontalier. Deuxièmement, ce serait une perte d'énergie que de ne pas travailler dans les deux côtés de la frontière. Donc, il faudrait que les pays se mettent d'accord sur quelle frontière, quel point d'entrée ils vont collaborer, au lieu de disperser les efforts. Parce qu'il faut quand même, pour atteindre les résultats, au lieu de saupoudrer partout, il vaudrait mieux se concentrer sur les points les plus importants frontaliers qui vont transmettre les épidémies. Et on a déjà des expériences précédentes au niveau des ligades. C'est une plus-value au niveau des ligades. Je pense qu'il faut rester au niveau frontalier. C'est un avis personnel, mais je pense que c'est ça que les pays vont discuter. Et de renforcer la collaboration entre les frontières et d'abandonner les aéroports. Ça, c'est mon avis personnel.
Dr. Amar,
merci.
am I the only one who is not? I think you are all along talking to yourself, except Matt was able to understand you, or Dr. Abade. So I know you have very good English. You can repeat. Okay, thank you. Jimmy, if this can also be sorted.
Activities every time, and they don't need a new for me they don't need new activities, and the amount is not because there is many point of entry terrestrial by truck drivers, by migrants in all country who must be reinforced. In Djibouti, we agree with Red Cross of Djibouti for Balho, for Galilee, but it's important also than from Ethiopian counterpart in our border with Ethiopia. We must to collaborate at Dawanle and Ley. It's important. If we work only on one side, I think this is not really improvement of security of cross-border displacement people. I think this is not really advantage for this project. Also, for the refugees, they are not in the border. The refugees are on the country. I think we can manage the refugee differently, but they are not cross-border, and it's not. I know Red Cross in the refugees camp, but for this project, the refugees are not cross-border people. They are not. They are always on the same camp. It's like the airport international. They have their own activity. I think it's not efficient, very correct to finance them at this level, because we have many port of entry at the cross-border where there is many. For example, Gaddafi is another one who there is not activity. And for Djibouti, it's important, Gaddafi, to have a security in Gaddafi. Gaddafi point of entry is the most important truck traffic in East Africa. It's not normal that we cannot see Gaddafi here, from Ethiopia side or from Djibouti side. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure that will be part of the discussions that will follow. So yes, I think clarifications are now coming, and I want to, when we talk about the points of entry, so you will excuse me because that's how this has been prepared until we think otherwise and find better words that will not bring issues. So I will go straight to maybe some of the activities that have been carried out by country, and I'll try to go systematically, what are these activities. So one of the things is for the National Society, Ethiopia, for example, they had to do mapping of stakeholders for the 6 points of entry that they indicated were a priority to them. And so that mapping of the stakeholders, who is doing what and how can they work together, has been done in those 6, but they have other points yet to do. There is a cross-border surveillance assessment, which they have also completed in the 6 target branches. Just to reiterate that how the Red Cross work is that we have the National Society and has branches, which are maybe what we keep focusing on. And so they have also done a joint monitoring and supportive supervision that is conducted at the Moyale branch office. So, and the point of entry. So here, and Anna indicated that we are having the branch, which might be slightly inside, sometimes inside the countryside, and yet there is the border point, which is some distance away, but it is under the jurisdiction of that branch. One of the other activities Hannah mentioned was the capacity building of the human resource, and we took advantage, and I've just mentioned some of these are trainings that organized by IGAD, and which the branch P personnel were able to attend, and which they are now in the process of cascading to reach the other branches that are involved in the country. So the regional training for public health operations and emergency coordination, also organized by IGAD, has been achieved, and now a question of cascading it down. The review of One Health framework, and the curriculum, the tools, the cross-border stakeholder arrangement. So again, this is just to enable the National Society to be able to cascade down, and then the customization of One Health surveillance, monitoring and evaluation tools, that are being used in the Africa regional level, and then the regional One Health cross-border surveillance training. So this is some of the things that now the Ethiopian Red Cross are focusing on. Let's go to the next slide. On the operation and technical delivery, so it's again mapping of stakeholders that I think I've already mentioned. You're going to the next, should be the next slide. Yes, these are just activities that are yet to be done, and these are the ones we are concerned on the fast tracking. They are already being implemented, but since there is no feedback yet in terms of even expenditures that have been recorded or as reported yet in our system, we would still put them as activities of this month of September. So you can see already some of them with the dates given. This is a tool. The NIS is a tool used by the Norwegian and being integrated into the other community-based surveillance trainings that is being conducted, or which will be conducted in the 6 branches. So Norcross is also supporting this part of the training. And you recall there is this bit of how do we leverage on other resources that the National Society have access to. And then the branch level monitoring visits, to support with the stakeholders' engagement. And here we still have a bit of a task, because much as we recall, One Health has several actors. We need to be able to have each of the actors, Ministry of the Environment and Livestock, being reached equally as the Ministry of Health is being reached. So probably this is one of the things we feel the national society still require some capacity from the national level to be able to support in the stakeholder engagement, and just to set up modalities and standards for doing that. Going to Djibouti. Yeah, so for Djibouti, they've already finalized and shared the project, implementation plan and budget, and this was with the Ministry of Health, and the Strategic Affairs for review and approval. They've also done the planning session, which have organized at the branch offices, and the focal persons now who have been identified that will be able to lead in the implementation have had, the basic briefing, and then the other activities that have been undertaken is the plan for disaggregated and shared, across the branches that they have also selected in the country. Just go back, I think you still have something for yeah, so again, the trainings that we were supported during the ones that were done in Entebbe with support, organized by IGAD, I've reflected them there as some of the activities that contribute largely to the MPOX phase. Including the 5-day, regional firm training that were done, the trainings that were done in Machakos on One Health framework, which were contributing to co-development, and then the customization of the One Health surveillance, monitoring, and evaluation tools, in collaboration with the Africa regional team. Then they also participated in the regional One Health cross-border surveillance, the CBS training that was undertaken here it was taken in Jinja. We did that in July. I'll show you some of the photos at the end of the presentation. Djibouti also completed and submitted the regional MPOX surveillance assessment, which they've presented to IFRC. And part of it is that it is part of the program. The other one is some of the challenges we faced is that the project could be within that branch area, but is not the target in this project. So they're seeking to use that as well to support fundraising, to be able to address some of the gaps that are coming when they have MPOX in outside zones. Then they've developed a concept note in terms for our TORs for MPOX community-based surveillance activities. That is in Moyale, in collaboration with Swiss. Sorry, I think Moyale is coming in there, but it is the Swiss are supporting that component. Also, Swiss Red Cross has an office there. Then we've drafted and shared a concept note on NIS for TOT training in the 6 cross-border branches. Again, there will be the support from Norwegian Red Cross. Next. Djibouti, these are things that have not been done yet, but also they're making every effort to ensure that they will be completed in good time before the lapse of the period 30th of September. And this is the National Society Branch Organizational Capacity Assessment. So it's just also to know, are we having a branch fit enough to be able to implement the project? And if not, then what are the shortcomings that need to be addressed? There is community engagement and stakeholder mapping and coordination. One Health project advocacy, One Health committee engagement. These are some of the structures that will need to be, they did some of them, the national society has to really get to activate, support in activation, or if they are activated, then what role are they playing, because they need to be part of that. Then the emergency risk assessment and readiness, develop that's training material, tools, and also to develop a stakeholder mapping. So you can see, Ethiopia had been able to conduct some of these activities, but for Djibouti, this is yet to be done. And part of the reason there is that there was a delay in transfer of funds, especially to Djibouti. Then coordination and capacity building, for community health workers, that is, and then volunteers training on community-based surveillance, because then this is the backbone of the Red Cross, depending really a lot on the volunteers that that are engaged. And then community feedback mechanisms. We have CEA, community engagement and accountability, and this we always have to customize the framework so that then it's beneficial to the national society and that branch to be specific. And then cross-border disease prevention and community awareness. We're talking about mass campaigns, which will include, use of media in various forms, social media, radio talks. These again will go a long way, and they have already indicated discussions with some of the lead media stations that will be able to support in that. Now going to Kenya. They've already done the regional, cross-border TOT, which was in July 2025. They've conducted at least 2 rounds of in-country cross-border consultative engagements among, One Health actors. This has been done, but as you know, there are a number of sites. The needs now to reach out to the other areas as well. So this activity is under acceleration. There is also assessment of the landscape, on regional border, cross-border pandemic preparedness and response. So what are the capacities that we have? And there is an effort to synchronize with the other side of the border. So luckily some of the national societies are within, say, one cluster. When we say a cluster is a number of maybe 1 or 2 or 3 national societies grouped together, so they are able to easily create a forum where this discussion can happen. Then design for support of behavioral informed, inclusive, community and risk-driven early warning, early action protocols. So KRCS is conducting the MPOX risk communication and community engagement. That is at the RCCE activities. They've already done in Busia, Bungoma, and Trans Nzoia. Again, Trans Nzoia, as somebody mentioned, just to clarify, is that Trans Nzoia is a very important point, though not a point of entry, but asylum seekers or refugees who are going to Kakuma refugee camp or coming out, and some of them going to Burundi, some from South Sudan, end up in Trans Nzoia, that is Kitale town. Yet there is also a border to Swam that then joins Uganda. So refugees are also very mobile. Much as it is always seen that they remain at the camp level, it's not always the case. Most of the time, these refugees are moving across. Some we've been able to see moving from, say, Burundi, come to Kenya, and they stay in the camp, and then they when it gets to a certain season, they kind of move out, and then they come back. Sometimes not even regulated. So it's important just to underscore how refugees can also be a risk if we can be able to make an engagement of them. So that's the thing. Then we need to support, define, support the rolling out of systems. And so KRCS is supporting the development of county One Health unit. So the Kenyan constitution breaks the country into counties, and they are more or fairly autonomous, and this may be also applying to other countries where you have small units of government, and therefore putting together a unit that then is able to do One Health. And this is going to set a very good coordination mechanism to remove this bit of a broken line where maybe other departments are not involved, or the national level knows what needs to be done, and yet it's not being done on the ground. So there will be rollout of a training thereafter once that framework has been set and the necessary material put together for training. Some of the things pending still with Kenya is, there is need to conduct 2 rounds of in-country cross-border consultative engagements. That is among the One Health actors. So KRCS has committed to be able to put together, a session for the actors on One Health. So this is an activity that has not yet been done yet. It's planned for. There is need for an assessment for regional cross-border pandemic preparedness. Again, how ready is each side? How ready is the national society and even the authorities in the country? And this involves the capacities at the branch. Does the branch have the right infrastructure, human resource? And that's why we talk about the BOCA. BOCA assessment that need to be completed, and then those tools also will be rolled out, in September. Then there is in relation to the behavioral change, that is for community doing, risk awareness and early warning. These RCC activities are ongoing in specifically Busia and Bungoma, which are the points of entry, and the Trans Nzoia. As I said, we have a lot of asylum seekers who make stop there before going to the camp. Then on the systems, just to ensure that there is access and timely, accurate, trusted early warning information that can be sent to the communities, and on just relating to those who are doing the pandemic preparedness. The training I mentioned earlier, the systems on the county One Health unit, preparation for this is been done but not rolled out yet. So it's just the training I mentioned earlier that it needs now to be rolled out, and then the rollout of community-based surveillance in the respective counties, again in the month of September. Somalia, I think quite some things have happened, but also some are pending. So the assessment of epidemic and pandemic preparedness in the Ministry of Health, also looking at actors that are working there. That is Galdogo. This is one of the border entry points, is ongoing. But they've completed the training of branch emergency epidemic committee on epidemic preparedness, response. They also have SOPs ready. They've done community-based surveillance, training, including for MPOX, that is targeting the volunteers and some of the key community health volunteers under the government that will help in this work. And then the psychosocial support training for Somalia Red Crescent volunteers who are working in the cross-border villages, just to be able to take care of these volunteers' mental health. Then finally, training on MPOX reporting and case identification. That is for Ministry of Health district surveillance team, and this includes some of the staff of the Somali Red Crescent who are contributing to the implementation of this project. Things that are not yet completed, you can see this is ongoing. The assessment of the epidemic and pandemic preparedness, that's an ongoing activity. Training of branch emergency epidemic committee, that one is done. CBS done. Psychosocial, this I think repeat of the same slide there. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so South Sudan. Here, you will see a little even more clarity on, there are areas that are yet to get a proper, decision on that point, especially the Kaya. The MPOX communication and community engagement training has been done, at least in Juba and Nemule. Training for volunteers on screening and community-based surveillance. Also, this is something that will be done in this coming period of September. The workshop to develop SOPs for cross-border surveillance. This is something that has not been done, and is being scheduled to be taken in the coming weeks. The radio talks, this is just media awareness, so this is also something planned. And then the training of volunteers and board members on business skills development. So this is actually part of the branch capacity development, and is about, even prudent management of resources there. Dissemination of South Sudan Red Crescent policies, especially for staff and volunteers, is something planned. The risk communication and community engagement activities, these are ongoing in Juba and Nemule, so to say. Then we have training in community engagement and accountability and receiving of feedback. This is activity that is pending, that is planned in the coming weeks. And they want also to establish the feedback mechanism. So the CEA activity and this one of getting the feedback, so a mechanism is being set up so that it is structured and there is something that one can be able to follow in order to correctional measures where necessary. And then the procurement of resources that are needed under the project are ongoing. Next slide. Uganda, so basic emergency care training. This has been done for 50 frontline clinical health care providers. We also have, transitioning towards home-based care, and at least 40 participants have been trained on this from the Ministry of Health and Community, Health Department, that is of Masaka, Mbarara, regional hospitals. Then Uganda Red Cross also supported the Ministry of Health to train 75 district level trainers on home-based care, that is for MPOX. There are also 40 trained frontline health workers that is for Bunyoro region, and it's on, emergency medical, just for emergency medical teams. Development of a national alert management framework for preparedness and response. This is also an activity that they have completed. Then there is procurement of pediatric ambulances, so 2 in number, and necessary approvals have been obtained from MOH and the IFRC regional office, so that because these are the entities that are supporting that procurement. The delivery of essential medicines for treatment. So Uganda Red Cross again supported the procurement of essential medicines for the management of Mpox. That was worth about $50 million. And then also delivered the same to Entebbe isolation unit in the hospital. The regional cross-border One Health surveillance training. These has also been completed, and the training was done in Jinja. So Uganda Red Cross was the host for that, and was able to bring in other actors. The Africa CDC and WHO supported in facilitation. There is this activity of designing training manual for pre-hospital emergency care. So Uganda Red Cross is supporting the Ministry of Health in developing this manual that will be used. And so I would say it's an activity that has been achieved. Finally, we have the procurement of 2 LED digital trucks. And this procurement is in the pipeline. So the procurement process has begun. So at the regional office also, these are some of the things that we maybe do from time to time and would want to probably continue even with them, is that engagement with IGAD and national societies in organizing the program implementation modalities. So we keep engaging the Secretary Generals and also following up on the use of the existing funds, in the preparedness and response activities, sometimes having to supplement with other budgets in supporting the national societies. We want to strengthen coordination amongst the national societies and partners so that we can have effective implementation of this project. We reprioritize activities to ensure adequate support, especially Uganda during the Mpox. A number of adjustments had to be made. Then we support in the assessment and selection of priority border sites, proportionate to the budget. Yes, we might want to pick more than what is there, but the question is, what is the amount of resource that is available, and also the needs by the respective either national society or the government that they are working together with. So that often requires that we make adjustments. Then finally, in addressing emerging needs relating to Mpox, this has happened where we've had actually requests from Uganda, Kenya, and South Sudan, and even Ethiopia, saying now we have this outbreak. How can we use the fund that is available and are prepared to support this? So this is something that, as somebody asked earlier, is how can we be able to think of having, maybe a little flexibility on some modification, like the way you normally have a project modifier, so that if you have such situation, you are able to address the needs that are also there, so that then people can continue supporting the implementation. We've also so I think this is a repeat of it. Next slide, not this one. Yes, some of the few lessons that we have picked is that, and Anna already mentioned, there are tools that are available, maybe under IGAD, under WHO, under Africa CDC, and maybe the best way is to have a look at them and see how, instead of even developing new things, then how can these be tweaked so that they serve in the project. Then the other lesson is the prepare program implementation. Would need to be anchored on preparedness and pandemic preparedness and response systems that exist. So what systems have been used before in addressing pandemics. Then mapping of the One Health pandemic preparedness systems, and an effort to harmonize important. How to harmonize is very important for the cross-border collaboration, because each country might have a way of wanting to do it, but what would be the quick win of putting together maybe the two countries or three, so that they can work together? And at least IGAD has been quite resourceful there, because then they provided even linkage to the focal persons at a lower level, and ensuring also the national level in the respective country was already aware about the plans. And then the Africa CDC, in most of the system strengthening, we have just noted that Africa CDC becomes a very, very critical component when we are looking at the systems strengthening. The tools they have are quite elaborate, and therefore maybe even in future thinking that they can be able to support more, especially on policy and those systems. I think that is it from my end. You can see some of these. These are just the training and simulation exercise that we conducted in Busia, Uganda side during the cross-border training, and we had teams coming from government and national societies of the 7 member states. So yeah, that sums up the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael, for that elaborate presentation. And thank you, Dr. Sunday. We have always said you need to patent that razzmatazz. Thank you very much. We will now open the session for plenary. Just by a raise of hand, we should be able to take at least a round of 3. Dr. Fatuma has given the first 2 hands on the right before she comes in. So the first 2, I can't see. Yes.
Dr. Pini, Dr. Yosef, in
Dr.
that order.
Pini and Dr. Yosef. And I think for this particular session, we have a country representation. Apart from Dr. Sunday, who comes from Uganda, we also have the national focal points, the IGAD prepared national focal points, and they have been working very closely with the national society. So we also expect them to weigh in. We know and we believe that they have been very, very deeply involved in these activities, country level activities. Over to you, Dr. Pini, and then Yosef, and then Dr. Fatuma.
Thank you. or should? Thank you. My name is Dr. Pinyumol. I'm the national focal point for the project in South Sudan. Mine is just a comment. Whenever we have a proposal, we need to engage the member state. Like, for example, for the selection of the sites, we needed to have engaged the member state to approve the sites. The other thing, we need to know about the structure in the countries. Like in South Sudan, in Ministry of Health, surveillance is under different department. And One Health is under different department and directorate. So if you are dealing with surveillance, you need to engage the Department of Surveillance, Department of Health Services. So what I'm realizing is that we will have a problem in future, especially when dealing with surveillance, because it is under different department, and now we are engaging One Health department, excluding the surveillance. So this is what I wanted to bring up, because without engaging these people from the very beginning will be very difficult. Because during the COVID, IGAD have selected 3 ground crossing. One of them is Numali. We had Nadipal between South Sudan and Kenya, and we had Wuntao in the far north with Sudan. These were the 3 cross-border sites. But now we have selected points of entry, of course, including the Juba International, and also Kaya and Numali. So it's good to engage them from the very beginning so that all will be on one page. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Joseph. I work for IGAD, and I'm a many expert in the Prepared project. So thank you very much, Dr. Mike, for the comprehensive presentation. I have one question from the MNE point of view. There are a lot of things that has been done, of course, but there are things that have been remaining, and if you see the time frame, we have only 1 month. September is close near. So is there any acceleration plan from the FRC side to finish these activities within time frame? That's one question. The other is actually the question is complement from what has been raised regarding the priority of the project. The refugees are one of the most important priorities of the project, including the priority of the pandemic fund and priority population, so that we need to do more, regardless of where are they. So from the point of health security, refugees are one of the most important populations that we should work on. So that's what to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shadrach. I think Dr. Yosef has packaged it very well. I wanted to ask, we have the Mpox phase is coming to an end in 30th of September. I know Miriam we had asked this question earlier in one of our meetings, and we preliminary have an answer, but we want to I know we will be asked as a team in the Wednesday, Thursday meeting, how do we want to manage, that phase when we have quite a number of activities pending under the leadership of IFRC. That is 1. 2, in one of your slides, I don't know if we can go back to the slides, I've seen an activity of training the society on business development. And I was wondering, how does this contribute to the pandemic preparedness and response. I know we are building the capacity of the societies, but we also have to be very careful in where do we want to build their capacities. So is that an activity, and how many of them, how many similar activities do we have, and is it worth the investment? I think the same would apply to IGAD and WHO, that we really have to, what is the value of that activity in preparedness and response? The other thing that I wanted to ask is, under the societies, we have quite a number of activities, a long list. Cumulatively, would we really make an impact? And how do we measure this? I know Miriam was asking me a question, but she can package it better. But that long list of activity, are we being too fragmented through the societies and the networks? And how do we, how does those many activities contribute to the bigger agenda? And the same might apply to IGAD also. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Fatuma. I think I want to maybe start even from there. Probably sometimes is either wording or whatever, how we've presented it. But as you know, the national societies, as I said, have work from, you have the national office probably, and then a region and the branch. And with that cascade, we are giving people resources. So it's not really the business to transact. But the question of, even governance, the prudent use of resources. So it's not really that complicated training of, how they will conduct business, but rather even things like governance. How do you control use of resources and making sure that there is that accountability as per the explanation of the donor, so that the branch does not say, today we have these resources, we cannot put up, this kind. So that is the idea. To even for the volunteers, when we send them out there, for example, are they able to document who was there, what time, what is the evidence? So that I think we will try to put it better. Then, so generally, when we talk about the capacity of the branch, we come out knowing that Red Cross has, most of the national societies are very lean staffing, but the bigger batch is volunteer. So these are the ones we build capacities, and luckily, either they remain with the national society and continue serving, or they just go within the same community. Some move even to government, and they are still a resource to that community. So this is one of the areas that we always see as a potential in terms of building that capacity for them. So very minimal infrastructure or things, but maybe some resources just to be able to enable them to deliver in some of the roles. Dr. Yones, you asked about the activities that are still pending. While there was that request of, is it possible that we'll be having, an overlap and we can start other activities in the meantime? I would say most of the activities, as you can see, you do a TOT and then you start rolling out. So from that point, it spreads. It's possible to spread out faster than when you are beginning, because before you have had the tools, you've selected the persons to be trained, the modalities of implementing, say, those who are doing CBS, then it takes a while. But where we are with some of them, including things like procurement, so the procurement process has already been done. Only that until you have the delivery note on the item, you can't say it is procured. So that's why we put it in the system. But we're confident that at least by end of month, these activities will have been conducted. We have been engaging the national societies just to ensure that they are able to fast track these activities. And thanks, Dr. Ping. I don't want to lament on the part of how do we do the coordination better, because one from the national society, sometimes they know it is Ministry of Health, sometimes they approach it probably the director or PS level, and they would feel we have done it. Yet there are subunits inside that really need also to be informed. So we're hoping that maybe in future we'll have a situation where I saw one time there was a debate, who leads One Health in government? Which agency? Is it environment? Is it livestock? Is it the Ministry of Health? So that question still remains unanswered, but that has not made it impossible to be able to continue implementing amid this negotiation. And part of this point was stakeholder engagement. How are we able to engage with our stakeholders so that they are satisfied that the government knows what is being done? But I want to pass maybe also to my colleagues if they have addition or response.
I think just to add on that, we really have been happy to get IGAD support on that. That the cross-border, the points of the cross-border One Health actors for each country have been identified by IGAD, and we have been given the names and the contact points. So we are hoping that, I think Dr. Pinyi, in the case of South Sudan, you have identified the points of entry and the cross-border One Health leads. So that's what we'll continue to engage. And if there is a need for reviewing, I think it's important we keep on updating, because sometimes there are changes. And as Michael clearly indicated, for example, for Kenya, is it Ministry of Health or is it the National Public Health Institute? So we are working with both for now, but in the future, we will try to get clarity. But for the cross-border sites, we have been given those entities by IGAD, and we hope we should continue. We'll know whether we should continue with that, or if there is a revision, we'll keep on revisiting that. So for national level, IGAD has already identified, and also in terms of identifying the priority sites and the engagement during the development of the proposal, we have engaged through a letter, and some have participated. So we are hoping we have been inclusive, but we'll continue to update that over from my end.
Thanks. Maybe that's just a really good example of why the program coordination, the weekly meeting, the programs meeting is so important. It's because it gives the opportunity to support each other, to ask questions, and to make sure that the activities in a real-time basis are aligned. So I think this is just reinforcing the importance of that program coordination meeting, and then obviously linked to the governance discussion that I think we have this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Thanks.
I hope I am allowed. Okay, I have a few questions, 2 questions maybe, and they're a bit maybe conceptual. When we are talking of cross-border, strengthening cross-border surveillance, cross-border collaboration, we are looking at 2 entities across 2 countries. So I see that your presentation was around Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. I was thinking that it would be more around those prioritized borders, Masabit, Busia, to show us what the joint activities that you have done around these border areas to build the capacity, the collaboration, the working relationships between the people on the different sides of the borders. I don't know if it is me who has missed it, but it seems like we are talking cross-border, and yet we are dealing with each country separately. The other question is, because of that and the different activities I am listening to, it comes out to me as fragmented activities. And I'm sitting here wondering if at the end of the day, for accountability purposes, we will have impact on these capacities as measured by the JEE to show that we have spent this money wisely in building capacities. Because we need to look at how this activity builds onto the other, until we reach the desired overall capacity. But I see a TOT here, then a FEM there, then a framework here, and I am not seeing how they are adding up into capacity in these cross-border areas. Maybe it is the presentation or it is me who is not picking it properly. Over from me.
Yes, thank you for that question, Dr. Miriam. I think I would say one is because of maybe the structure of, anchoring the work with the, respective national society, and which have to work with the respective government. The initial probably capacity building and involvement of those units would still have started there in building the capacities of each country. But when we come to the cascade, which has already started to happen, and I'll give you an example, for example, in Moyale for Ethiopia and Marsabit County in Kenya, the training that they were doing was joint, bringing in, having resource persons or the volunteers being able to have that linkage between the team in Kenya and the team in Ethiopia. But I will agree, we've not really been able to hit that mark yet of 100% linkage on activity on this side and activity on the other side. But we were able to, when we were like during the training in Busia, so we had people from Kenya and the team from Uganda. So I would say it's an effort we are making to make sure that there is that harmonization. And it takes a bit of a process as we go, zeroing down now from activities at national level. As you saw, we will start by getting the contacts, at national level, focal person, then you have at the county or district. But Matt, maybe you want to add?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Miriam. I think you make a really good point that, and we can work on this presentation, I think, for the version that we give during the technical meeting, because, I mean, at some point the country activities, the national activities are important, and they need to add up to something, but presenting some examples of key clusters or key cross-border sites, I think would be a useful way to reinforce the message that this investment is really about working across the border as well. So I think we can make some adjustment in how this is presented Wednesday and Thursday. I think that would really help drive the understanding of the real intent of the program. So thanks.
Thanks, Mike, and I want to agree with Matt. and just make a small input that this first phase of MPOX response, the consultations I think were done country by country. And there was no more effort done in synchronizing the activities because most of the epicenters were not really at the cross-border areas. Like if I may use Uganda, we had Dr. Sunday saying the epicenter turned to be in Nakasongola, but not in Busia, but because we had that transnational movement, the road, then we had the other engagements with Busia branch in Kenya. But the point is, this first phase was not really synchronized because it depended on the priorities that were given by the government. That's why you see like Uganda, they are buying pediatric trucks or ambulances, and it is not the same in other countries. So I think the most important thing from what we are seeing and the feedback we are gathering is to ensure now when we come to the real One Health implementation, then we ensure that there is synchronization of the geographical sites and also activities that are they mirror each other more or less in each and every country. Thank you.
Yes, apology. I think we're having some political consultation. You know, there is election in Uganda. Myself and Matt were agreeing on which political party to join. So, so I like maybe we've made a conclusion on how can we make the work of the societies cross-border and aligning. And I think the last speaker from Uganda Red Cross has put it, from IFRC, sorry, has put it very well. So those are the serious discussions we must align. The other observations that we've had is Miriam and IFRC and my colleagues from IGAD is we have one major activity on, let's say, laboratory. No, not laboratory, but let's say surveillance or workforce development. You would see that this activity is implemented by IGAD and IFRC. I think that itself needs to speak to each other. How do we align our activities for better impact? How do we align the work of the societies to make it really cross-border and inter-country than Somalia Red Crescent doing their own things, Uganda Red Cross? How do we link those activities and make it cross-border sensitive? I think this is what we need to do. What does that mean? That means that once we have approvals, this is my suggestion, we again have to interrogate our work plans and actually see what are the milestones. If there are two similar milestones in one activity, which is, let's say, a milestone of planning, instead of having a siloed planning for IFRC and IGAD, can we do a joint planning to say, yes, this is activity, this is what IGAD is supposed to do, this is what IFRC is supposed to do, and the societies, however, let us take it this direction. I don't know if that is too much, but thinking aloud, we must align, coordinate, and improve the process of implementing this activity. Over.
So, Dr. Stanley.
Thank you so much, IFRC, for the presentations and the feedback. Recently, I've been bothered by one issue, which has been coming from every time we hold meetings, from the other sectors, MAIF, wildlife, and all that. And in your presentations, I don't know whether IFRC have this expertise of wildlife, expertise of agriculture that contribute to these activities that have been suggested or that are being planned ahead. So that we know that there's, if we're talking about One Health, then that component, that risk communication is being done, but not only focusing on health alone, but also is being done in animal sector, is also being done in water and environment. That component, I don't know how it's feeding into your, into the activities that are being proposed by the IFRC. I don't know if it can come out clearly on that component.
Thank you, Dr. Sunday. Maybe what we've not broken down is just, when we talk about the RCCE, because how to approach it in risk communication and community engagement is to get the content. So we have teams inside that are able to put together that, and where we don't have that capacity, we've always been able to reach out to the lead expert in that sector, so that then you put together something that you use to train, and especially the people who are meeting the very local community person who it's not talking about technical. You talk about how animals' health can affect you, or how failing to do what in environment can end up turning back to you. So once we have that, then it's now training the TOTs to be able just to go out there and do it. So we do it where we don't have probably some expertise. Then there are very many partners that are able to do that. But most of the time we have it because there are teams on Surge that are able to do that. Maybe some of the, for example, when you have major disasters and livestock even are in danger, then we even deploy emergency vets to go and assist. So only that maybe it's not broken down to show. Then this is how much information on environment need to go to the community. Thank you.
I think if I may add, we are also, we know that One Health is just a concept, although long time ago it is something that is growing, and we are trying to use on the available tools and the different sectors to be involved as much as we can. But we can't claim that we have all the expertise, but there are the tools that we can use. And I think we are using also the tools developed. I think the IGAD also did that competency framework, and also we try to use the available, the quadripartite tools that were developed. Additionally, we rely on the One Health experts. I think the harmonization that is undergoing may help us in the future. But we can't claim that we have all, but we rely on the available tools, and we try to harmonize as much as possible.
Thank you. As we're waiting for Shadrach, I think, thank you, Mike, for the good presentation. Shadrach, maybe you can give him another round of applause. It is 3 minutes past 4. So I don't know, adults, what do you think?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm being told that people have become a little bit sluggish upstairs, and when that happens, maybe we need to do something physically. So I will invite Dr. Bade to guide us on that, and then we'll have a way forward for today. Thank you very much. Or for the rest of today.
I don't know. I want us to stand up. You know, with us human beings, when our stomach is full, we tend to sleep. When it's empty, we tend to sleep. So I don't know. I want us to dance a bit. There is this instructor here. He's the one who is going to guide us. Can we create some space for ourselves? Just create enough space. Dr. Maria. Oh, you can sit. I hope you will not be doing like this. Then I don't know how you will turn. Okay. So I want us to follow this person here. I'm told he works for IEBC. I don't know what IEBC means. I don't know. This is Independent Electoral Boundary and Boundary Commission. I don't know when they have successfully conducted the election. That's the time they start singing. I don't know what it means. But let's try to follow him. Okay. Can we just play the video, please? Does it have sound? Okay. The sound has disappeared. The sound has disappeared.
Get the always.
I think it was fun, eh? And the only thing that I've realized we maintain consistency is when we are beating our hands like this. But I could not observe the way we were dancing, eh? And I hope for IGAD, IFRC, and WHO. You know the way we are clubbing? That is how we are going to work. We are going to work together and have the same agenda, okay? So let me hand over to our big boss here, Shadrach.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Bade. One of the things that does is to promote blood circulation, effective blood circulation, because we've been sitting down so much, and also it's a good, break from everything else, from the concentration that has been really been deep. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we've made a decision in consultation with Dr. Fatuma in terms of the way forward from now. I know it is day one, which happens to be a Monday. I know most of us, or maybe am I talking about myself, but most of us don't like Mondays. But we've made some decision here that we want to share with you, is that we've realized that when it comes to the terms of reference, it's only IFRC and the WHO which hasn't looked at the terms of reference. So there are 3 terms of reference here. We have the Project Steering Committee terms of reference. We have the Project Implementation Team, the PIT, and also we have the Project Management Unit. So we have the 3 terms of reference that we were supposed to look at. And this, again, is in line with the governance structure. Now, what we have decided is that we give take-home work. We've decided we give a take-home work, and for this particular case, we will give IFRC and WHO. Immediately after this meeting, I am going to circulate the terms of reference on the mailing list or via the mailing list of the project implementation team, which meets virtually every Wednesday for the last few weeks or for the last few months. So I am going to circulate the terms of reference, and this is going to be a take-home. Now, when we come back tomorrow, we are going to have 2 successive presentations. One presentation is going to be on the governance structure, which is going to be delivered by Dr. Fatuma, and another presentation on the same terms of reference that you're taking home. And that presentation will be done by Dr. Bade. Now, it is after those 2 presentations that we will invite WHO and IFRC to give us their recommendations or their inputs, their reflections on these 3 terms of references. And that will help us save some time in terms of, or in view of tomorrow, which we really desire that the sessions ends at lunchtime, and that after lunch we can jump into the preps for the technical meeting. You've heard Dr. Matt indicating that, and again also from the plenary, we've heard that we need to revise some of the presentations we have. I know from IGAD side, we need to rearrange our presentations to suit the needs of the technical expert consultation. So that is the decision that we have made. We hope that is okay with you. I know we are asking, but we've already made the decision. So, Dr. Miriam, you're not very happy. But I hope that is okay. So tomorrow morning, we are going to have, just to repeat again, to have 2 presentations. When we come in, after the recap, we are going to have the 2 presentations from IGAD, and then we are going to have the submission of WHO and the submissions of IFRC. It's freestyle. You can use whatever method you want. You can come in and just tell us we agree with this, but we don't we want this other one amended this way, we propose this and that. You can have a presentation, you can have a tract document showing the changes, and you can just come here and project the changes. If you want to do a PowerPoint, that is also welcome. If you want to just talk off the cuff, you can also do that. These sessions are actually being recorded. Our rapporteurs are also on board, a very active rapporteur, very able rapporteur, and the rapporteurs can actually also go back to the recordings. The recording for the morning session, I saw it in the YouTube. It's a full recording. It's about 3+ hours recording. Very clear. The sound is very clear. The video, the visuals are very, very clear. So we will circulate the links. Lucas, kindly circulate the links for the video recording, for the live recordings, which again will be shared with all of you so that you can make reference to that. So what does that mean? Well, where does that leave us? What it means is that we go for tea and then we go home. I was not expecting that. So thank you very much. With that,
I think let us prepare to do it very well. This man has been talking since morning. Let's appreciate him for the long talk that has given us, and with the big asante sana. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Someone didn't clap, I don't know why. You. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Yes, I've appreciated.
Thank you very much. Expect an email from IGAD, an email, indicating the recording, an email also attaching the terms of reference with a little bit of the guidance that we have agreed upon. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening and enjoy your tea and coffee. Good evening.